Churchill Downs opening day. Yeah, the racing season, in a way, officially begins today with the Kentucky Derby draw. Welcome to Horse Racing Plus. I'm Al, your host. Big day today. We have the Kentucky Derby draw. We got the picks all going. I made the adjustments after scratches. There weren't too many today, so we look pretty good to go. Wow, a lot of big news. A lot of big news going on. You know, we got the draw. Now, the draw takes place, and I'll be here throughout the draw, of course, and I'll be here giving my selections for the races. You see my selections now, and I'll look about them and I'll talk about them as we approach race time, and see if I'm going to adjust something off of these. They look good to me now, but you never know. Things could change as it approaches race time, but I think we've got some good opportunities. Yeah, the draw takes place between races 3 and 4. And so they'll stop racing at Churchill Downs. It's about an hour and change break between the third and fourth race. Hey, this will probably be more exciting. That hour will probably be more exciting than some of the races, because they draw the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby during those races. Who's going to be in there? And there's a very big news today. Steve Asmussen, as Chip Honcho was in there, the 20th horse. He said he was going to decide on his entry, into the Derby. He got in there with withdrawal of others, and Chip Honcho had a great workout. Minute something and change, very quick, looked good on the track. Steve was impressed, but he decided to withdraw Chip Honcho from the Kentucky Derby, and instead look ahead to the Preakness. And I think that's a good move for Steve and Chip Honcho. I don't think Chip Honcho was going to be able to beat this bunch. Not impossible, of course, but he won the Gun Runner Stakes. But not impossible, of course. But, in the Derby situation, you face those 20 horses. You got a couple of Japanese horses that look really good. And, of course, the other, the further ados and those horses of the world and Renegade. And so the Derby, 20 horses, tough field. Now, Steve is looking for Chip Honcho to go in the Preakness. So a lot of these Derby horses that will be in this field, they're not going to turn around like always, and they don't run in the Preakness. Very few ahead, except for usually the Derby winner, not last year though. Usually, some of the main contenders move ahead. So it'll be a smaller field. And get this, of course, now this year the Preakness is going to be run at Laurel. We get the coffee here. Nice. Today's coffee, we went with Canada's finest, Tim Hortons. That's what they say. Canada's favorite coffee. Had to find these beans, and very good coffee. Kind of like a Starbucks in Canada, and they popped up in America as well. So very good coffee if you haven't tried it. So yeah, the Preakness being run at Laurel. So Chip Honcho out. Steve will get a chance to get his first Kentucky Derby this year. But what does that mean? That means Bob Baffert gets his second entry in the Derby. He gets litmus test gets in, 35 points. Now this was a really good horse. He laid an egg in his last race, but I thought this one looked really strong. And he was narrowly beaten. I only think a couple of lengths in one of the big races last year. Ted Nafi just beat him. He was running that strongly. So, and now he gets to come in here, and he worked out. I had a tremendous workout. I believe it was 59-3 or 59-6. And Bob kept him training in Churchill Downs. So now Bob Baffert had 2 entries to go in the Kentucky Derby. So we'll see what happens. It's going to depend. A lot of this is going to depend on the draw. So this card today, they're giving us a nice card, 10 races. I've looked them all over. I made the adjustments. There are hardly any scratches at all, which made it very easy. And the scratches that were, none of them affected me. I looked how they would affect the race, and none of them affected me. And how am I going to be handicapping these races? Like I usually do. I have my two main sources of data. I have the Brisnet and I have the Thoroughbred sheets. That's both go into my handicapping. And what I do when I handicap these races is this. It's like, you might say, Al, what are you doing? How do you use these two things together? It sounds like it might be it might be a pain in the ass. But here's what I do. Race by race, and what I do is handicap first the race with the traditional Brisnet or DRF. If you go that route, I use DRF is to Brisnet, very similar. Brisnet gives you a lot of computer-generated charts, and that DRF doesn't. So, and the figures are good. Yeah, I've had success with those, even when I just use Brisnet alone. So I'm comfortable with that. So what I do is this when I handicap these races, and it really works for me. Everybody has their own style, but I've been a winning player for years. I've been doing this show. You see my picks out here and how I can deliver winners. So here's what I do. The first thing I do, I handicap the race with the Brisnet. I don't look at the third. Just clear my throat here. I don't look at the Thoroughbred at all. I go through it and look at it and say, who do I like here? My top horses from the Brisnet. And then what I do is I go to the sheets and compare it and see how my picks with the Brisnet stack up. And I go through each horse again and look at it. And sometimes some horses that the Brisnet I didn't like on the Brisnet, or who I liked, my second or third choice, might turn around to be my top choice, as did in the ninth race today, in the finale. On the Brisnet, when I was handicapping it, I came up with the 3 horses, my top choice. In the 10th race was the 10th race. And instead, I saw that the 5 had superior sheet numbers, and he's not the favorite, and he was a big favorite. And so I got 5 there. So I kind of changed up. They were pretty close, but that's what I do. I use both sources. I handicap first with the Brisnet, and then I move to the Thoroughbred, handicap with that, and compare, look back and forth, and see if everything looks copacetic. And oftentimes, there's long shot with tremendous sheet numbers that's not in my top 3 at all. So, and that's where we get the bombs sometimes. So that's how that goes. So today we're going to be here. It's going to be, we'll be out here all day and into the evening. And I want to say hi, Christopher. Hey, Christopher, how's it going? Good to see you, Al. Good to see you too, Christopher. We're going to have a big day today, right? Curtis. Hey, Curtis. Good morning, Al, and good luck today. Can't believe you're leaving out the 3 in race 1. All right, we'll get to that. 3 in race 1. Oh, you raised my interest here, so let me just bring him up for a second. And let me get my ATW up too, so I can work off that. Let's see. I'll probably be able to understand it when I just see who the 3 is by name. It's all fresh in my mind. I started handicapping at 5:45 this morning, and between then I did slip breakfast in there, some coffee, a few breaks, and I actually got completed completely at 10:45. It wasn't an all-out rush, but yeah, so I got done at 10:45, and then here I am, suddenly 15 minutes to go, so I timed it perfectly. Okay, 2 many minus. 8-1. I got to bring this one up. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring up the Thoroughbred for this. I have both. I'll be showing both throughout the course of the day. I'll go to that. Let's see, share. Okay, the first thing I'll look at here is the pace of the race. Now, this usually shows, these charts show the to be in the opening call, and of course you can see underneath the graph the where they win these races. So compare, and this is usually an average of the first three. Pure Joy looked really tough to me. 5, and then 2, Island Girl, and I think who's on that? Tyler Gaffalione. I believe his numbers were on the slow side. So I'm going to bring it on to race 1. This was one of those races. Yeah, now, now this is a mile and a quarter on dirt. Yeah, you see, now the lower the number, the faster the race. One of the things I didn't like, it's Graham Motion. This horse has 2 turf races, 13, 16. Made his first start as a 2-year-old. Uh, Graham Motion is strong, though, going turf to dirt, and he's 20% there. Now, I'll give you my third choice as just an example here. He's running quicker. You got the better jockey here on this one, and you got the Ben Colebrook. Yeah, he's running faster, 6, 17, 12, 12. As 3-year-old, he's getting 8 pounds over too many miles, 8.8 pounds. And, so you can see his numbers lower the number of the fast race. He's running 12s, and he's moving forward. He gets blinkers on for this race. And 3 was kind of a tough one to get out. And then I want to go down my main 2, 6, and 5. Look at his numbers. Running on dirt, he has 14, 10, 10. He does get Jose Ortiz up for Steve Asmussen. And his numbers are superior to anybody else in here. And the only other one close that has dirt experience is in here, Plaza Q, Kenny McPeak, Louis, or Luis Saez up. But I want to show you something. He's run a big number at Churchill Downs. He ran here at 11, and that's on dirt. He's actually went as low as a 10. So that's why I prefer him. So hope that. Good luck though. Good luck, and thanks. Good question, Curtis. Yeah, and that's one of the ones that the thoroughbred, jumped out at me there. Yoel Bocha, race 1. What time it start? 1 o'clock. Good luck today, Yoel Bocha. So let's get it done here. And good luck to you also, Christopher. Christopher, some big hits on this show. And Curtis, good luck. And Yale, good luck today. 1 o'clock Eastern time. Long-legged Diane. Hi, I'll be watching from Churchill's feed on TVG. I won't be betting first race. I like 6 with the 2. Okay. Good luck, long-legs Diane. Yeah. I would feed on TV. I'll be watching from Churchill feed on TVG. And that I know on Fios TV, its channel, the Derby draw is 3:15, 6 and 2. Yeah, he's my third choice. It's an interesting race. So good luck there. Thanks for sharing your selections, Diane. They break between races 3 and 4, and then they come back, about an hour. But it's on FanDuel TV. If you don't want to watch it, I don't know if the ATM ATWs are showing, but I have the TV here. I have the sound down, but it'll be on FanDuel TV for those watching at home, not playing in the races. Mitch, hey, how's it going, Mitch? Good to hear from you. Good luck today. So that's the story there. So we got litmus test out, and litmus test is in. Bob Baffert gets litmus test in, and Steve Asmussen pulls Chip out. There's some other horse racing news that's kind of interesting today that has come out, and it's about Forever Young. Remember him? About his future races. They're looking at going one or the other direction. There's a couple of directions. One is to run him at Belmont. I don't know if it's at Belmont. Maybe it's Saratoga. I don't know if they moved the date of the race. Take Forever Young, bring him into America and run him in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Big race, right? First, big first, and run him there, and then point him to the Breeders' Cup to he's a Breeders' Cup winner list. So that's the deal with Forever Young going forward. So that sounds beautiful, right? That sounds great. You ask for more than that. And, Forever Young, he's that type of horse, and he takes tremendous layoffs. He's off for months and months all the time, and they come and, they get him ready when he has to go. So maybe he'll be here to defend his Breeders' Cup Championship crown. So that's one. And started off with racing the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And I wonder if they would keep him in America here. Why ship him back and forth? There's no need to ship him back to Japan, right? But there's another option. There's another way they're looking. I could look it up. These two races, run him on two different turf races and not come back to the Breeders' Cup at all. I'm thinking, why would they do that? Let me bring that up and see. I didn't read the story. I was talking to a real insider, and this guy's worth his weight in gold. He knows everybody. Long legs Diane, tooth back breeding is bred for distance. Okay. Number two, breeding is bred for distance. Churchill favors opening day. Yeah, right. They say pace makes race. Small field still can't trust them. No matter. Yeah. Well, two is my third choice. Let me bring this back a second. And then I'll get to that. Island Girl, yeah. I like the horse. I think it's not without a chance. Let me make this smaller so I can see what the heck's going on with this horse. The horse has done nothing wrong. I know it's gotten faster every race. Remember, the lower the number, the faster the race. So all the races on turf except for one at Turfway Park on synthetic. So he's gotten faster every race. 18, 14, 14, 12, 12. So he's moving forward right. And one thing that's interesting about this for Ben Colbrook, the trainer, they are adding bandages today for Island Girl. When Ben adds bandages to his horses, he wins at a 27% clip with a 3.02 ROI. Oh, yeah, another move forward. This one's right there with the others. And I don't know if the board's open yet, but I think 6 is the winner in that race, followed by 5. And I like 2 for third, but I think the exacta comes out of 6 should win, but still opening day. Just can't trust him. You never know, and everyone gets these horses geared up for this. Let me do a quick search on Forever Young and see what the heck I find on this horse. Maybe they have it out here already in the article. Forever Young horse. We got plenty of time to post this, so I'll be here all afternoon. I'm set to go. I got the coffee. I brewed. I usually don't drink coffee past noon, but I will go past noon with that, and I'll probably drink about a pot of coffee by the time this next day. So, but I'm excited about it. I want to be sharp today and keep it going. Forever Young. Let's see if they get a news article anywhere about this. So this is an inside story, folks. So it's not in the news yet, but whenever I hear from this guy, I don't give away my sources. He's always on the money. So that's the deal with Forever Young. It hasn't broken papers yet. What else is going on? Mike Smith. There's a nice article about Mike Smith today. We'll talk about that. White Abarrio. White Abarrio is in the news this week. White Abarrio, what a horse. It looks like they're pretty confident that they're going to set up a stud deal within the next week or two. talking with three different breeders in Kentucky. So he's not going to run as an 8-year-old. But the good news is he's planning to run. I think it's the Stephen Force. Oh, what the heck? He's running in the big race at June 27th at Churchill Downs, and that's a win and you're in race. It's a mile and an eighth. If he wins that race, you automatically qualify for the Breeders' Cup. There was also talk of him going up to Saratoga and running in the Whitney. That's also a win and you're in to qualify for the Breeders' Cup. And he's won the Whitney Stakes already. And that goes in and he went on to win the Breeders' Cup. So he's won at that track before. And I saw him run in the Whitney last summer, and he finished fourth. But it was a strange fourth. He was gaining. For whatever reason, Irad Ortiz had him way wide, and he covered more ground. He put up a great sheet number from that race because he covered so much ground. It's like, why didn't Irad have him positioned better? Because he might have came on, and that's the race Sierra Leone went on to win. But he didn't disgrace himself in fourth, so he runs good. He likes that track, so keep an eye on that. But yeah, that's the goal. Stephen Forster, and I think that's the name of the race. Anyway, it's on June 27th at Churchill Downs, mile and an eighth. The winner of that race goes on to the Breeders' Cup. And then, of course, go whatever happens then, either the Breeders' Cup Classic or Safdie Joseph Jr. is toying with the idea of sending him to also the Breeders' Cup Mile. And that was a big shame last year because in last year's Breeders' Cup Mile, he was entered and the stewards scratched him. They didn't like the way he was moving around, right? And, uh, and the owners and Safi, they were besides themselves. They said the horse is fine. And lo and behold, they scratched him. And he gallops off the field like nothing's wrong, right? And I was using other horses, and I was really excited about that race. And now they're suing the handlers, whatever the owners, they're suing the Breeders' Cup, $10 million for scratching that day when there was nothing wrong with it. So that's the deal with White Barrio. He's going to continue on. So White Barrio, nothing there on on Forever Young. But that's the deal I'm hearing. Either, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, followed by the Breeders' Cup, or going to turf and remaining overseas. So we'll see what happens there. Let's see. So I'm going to just reheat the coffee, take a little pit stop here, and be back in a little bit. And if you have any questions about any of these horses, you want to talk Breeders' Cup or the draw today, let's go. It's going to be a great day. And I'll just be back in a bit. And thanks, everyone, for joining us here on this Saturday morning. This should be a fun day. Beginning of the horse racing season, Churchill Downs opening day. And I saw the weather's supposed to be good there, and everyone's probably going to be dressed to the nines. So it's going to be a fun day. Back in a bit. Okay, we're back. And I got a surprise for you. While I was heating up the coffee, I placed a phone call, and I'm going to be joined here by a guest to talk some Derby, talk some Kentucky Derby draw here, since there's plenty of time until the first race. What are we talking, over an hour? And many of you probably know this guest, and he's very knowledgeable. He's John De Silva. He wrote for the New York Post. He was a lead uh, racing analyst and writer. And he gave his selections out every day, and he gave his top few horses, and he wrote why he picked those horses. He wrote for NYRA, New York Post. Of course, it's the biggest newspaper in New York, right? Most read newspaper in New York. So he covered that, wrote for them. The next day, he had a column through the binoculars, and he explained on top of his picks from for the new day. He explained what happened the previous day, how his picks, not how his picks. He gave a breakdown of each race of what happened, and he went on to be the line maker for Parks, morning line maker. When you saw the odds when you were playing Parks and you saw those opening odds, he did that for a number of years. And he left the Post not by his own choice. They wiped out the entire department. They let the whole racing department know, called them all in a few days before before the Belmont Stakes, and say, hey, listen, we're closing shop here. We're not going to cover racing anymore. So all of them were out. Then he went on to be the line maker. And right now he is one of the officials at Parks. He's a racing official now. So I'm going to just send him the link so he can join us. And he's going to talk about some of these stories, the Forever Young story, etc., and what's going on now. And he has some new news that he's investigating right now. So let me shoot him the link to join here. So he'll be with us in just a bit. I'm going to take this back in a bit off. Okay, I just had to send this email out. He needs that so he can join us. So if you have any questions about any of these horses today, we'll be talking some Derby here and talking about the draw and what exactly is going on right now on this big day, opening day at Churchill Downs. Just about there. Okay. Boom. There we go. Okay. See, some of you are commenting. Okay, they want to bring up some Kentucky Derby. Okay. I'm just looking at something here. Okay, Diane, we got you. Okay. Pick 3. I like 6 and 2 with 5. 5 is my second choice. And 2, 3. I'll be back later. Yeah, they look pretty solid. All right, long legs, Diane. Thanks for sharing your selections with us and your analysis and insights into these horses. So I want to bring up some data. Data for the Kentucky Derby. Kentucky Derby horses. Let me see. So if anybody has questions about the Kentucky Derby or Oaks horses during the course of the show, we'll be able to talk about that as well. Okay, looking down the road, I'm looking into the handicapping was done in advance, and now I'm getting a feel for what I want to do, maybe a late pick 4 today, since I like in the 10th race that 5, and I also believe the 6 have a shot to beat the favorite. I would use all 3 of them. I wouldn't get brave at that point if I'm heading into the pick 4 and I get beat by Rod Ortiz on the 3, who's my second choice. But the 6 is right up there as fast as the 3. So I want to work around that. And in the 9th race, I feel pretty comfortable with the 6. Number 4 was scratched. He was initially my second choice. Number 4 in the, I'm looking ahead to the 9th race now. Yeah, I'm talking late pick 4 already. We had a couple of scratches. Yeah, lots and lots of candy. Number 4 got scratched out. And now I'm facing a tough choice here. You're talking 9th race. I opted as my third choice is One Magic Philly with Tyler Gaffalione. He's the favorite. I actually went with 2 others instead of the favorite. I'll talk about that more when we get to that point. When we're actually talking about the handicapping. I like the 6, the Steve Asmussen with Jose Ortiz. Zetlos opens 5-1, and Jersey Pearl opens 6-1, post 2. And I had my third choice as One Magic Philly, 5-2. And this is a 200K race. And this was, I don't know, this doesn't seem to perform in the really big races. And then there's Vincy Girl, number 7, a 9-2, D'Angelo and Rod Ortiz. So that, that's a very challenging race for a fairly short field. I'm almost tempted to leave the one horse out and just go too deep in that lake, 2-6. You got to take a stand somewhere. So I'm just looking at that late pick 4 a little bit. See, I think the 5 can upend the favorite, and I'm talking the 10th race. So this is something I definitely want to get in on. Yeah, 5 is 7 Wonders. That's a 6-1 shot. Peter Urton, Joel Rosario up. And you have Irish breeding on the sire side. 7 Wonders, Morning Line, 6-1. And the other one I like in that race is Fort Thomas, an 8-1 shot. Fort Thomas, ridden by Axel Concepcion. You never know on this. But the 3, it's a Graham Motion, Rod Ortiz. And I'll talk more about it there when we get to that point. And since we're there, and how many minutes? We're ways off. We're an hour and 15 minutes from post time. So now is the perfect time to take a look at that 8th race for a second, who I like there. And when I see the names, I'll understand it. Because I'm pretty sure this could turn out to be a nice late pick 4. 8th. Wow, looks like, let's see. Oh, I should get this leg done. There are 3 scratches in that race. None of them. 4, 6, 7, 8, 12. Yeah, I was pretty comfortable with my top choice, Shadow Coast and I got Rod Ortiz on a 6-1 as my second choice. This might be the time to go 3 deep and get it done. There's one number 10. I don't know about so much about that. It ran a really big number at Fairgrounds, I believe, or where you at. That puts him in the mix, but he's breaking from the outside post 10. But post 10 now with 4 out, it's really like post 6. So what I'm going to do there is, when I come to the 7th race, when I'm looking at the 7th race, I'm going to take a look at the daily double odds with the 8th race to see what's going on with my 3. And that's perfect timing because it sets me up going into the pick 4. Fairly confident with my picks in the 9th and 10th. Yeah, we'll get to that. Let me see what's going on here. So we're looking good there. What else is going on in horse racing? Well, the big news now is So Happy, Mike Smith, looking to become the oldest jockey to win the Kentucky Derby. And it's a big story. And they had something about him today. Let me bring that up. I think you'll find this interesting. Okay, this is from an article here from Lillian Davis. Already a Triple Crown winner, Mike Smith tries to make Kentucky Derby history. A win by So Happy would make Smith the oldest jockey to win the legendary race. Now, So Happy, he put up some numbers. I have all the thoroughgraph numbers of the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby contenders. Okay, that's a separate numbers that I have on its own, and I have that open here. It says Mike Smith was at 59, was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2003. Yet 23 years later, the jockey is still trying to make thoroughbred racing history. So he's been in the Hall of Fame for 23 years. Smith will attempt to be the oldest jockey to win the Kentucky Derby on May 2nd. When he gets a leg up aboard Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby winner So Happy. The current record is held by 4-time Derby winner Bill Shoemaker, whose last win came in 1986 aboard Ferdinand when he was 54 years old. Smith won the 2005 Kentucky Derby aboard Giacomo. He rode Giacomo? What was he, almost 100-1? And swept the Triple Crown on Justify. Records are meant to be broken, Smith said in an interview with the Kentucky Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association. It's a tough task, but I really like him a lot. So Happy. If he runs to his ability that I know he has, then he should run really well. Here we go on. Smith, who is based in Southern California, flew to Churchill Downs to work So Happy on Friday morning. The pair clocked 5 furlongs in 1 minute, 0.2 seconds for trainer Mark Glatt. He kind of just does what he has to do, especially by himself, Smith said about So Happy, who wears blinkers in the morning. The track was a little bit deeper during the second break than the first, but it still went good for him. Talking about So Happy and Mike Smith trying to win, become the oldest jockey to win the Kentucky Derby. I don't think he's concerned about that. He just wants to win it. He's not much of a flashy workhorse, and he runs his best races actually when he does that. Owned by Norman Stables and Saints or Sinners, So Happy is a winner in 3 or 4 starts, with his only loss being a third-place finish in the G2 San Felipe Stakes at Santa Anita in March. The son of Run Happy won the 7-furlong G3 St. Vincent by 2 lengths in his 3-year-old debut. Out of blame, out of blame. Remember blame? Mare So Cunning, so happy has gone through the sales ring on 3 occasions. As a weanling, he was purchased for $12,000 at the Keeneland November breeding stock sale, then upped a bit, then for $20,000 at the Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky fall yearling sale, before finally landing in Glatzcare, who had to shell out 120 grand from him at the OBS March 2-year-old in training sale. So initially purchased for 12, then his price goes up to 20, then he goes up to 120. Interesting. What else? What else have they got? And for those of you just joining us, the big news today: Chip Honcho out of the Kentucky Derby, litmus test and Bob Baffert in. Steve Asmussen is opting to instead shoot for the Preakness, and where they'll have less competition, smaller field. Preakness being run at Laurel this year, can you believe that? And with less entries and probably easier competition and better chance to get, he'll probably face one of the horses that won the Derby. I can't imagine any of these trainers that are running these horses here, with maybe the exception of Bill Mott, who has Chief Wallaby, who didn't run Sovereignty in the Preakness last year. But most of the other trainers, they'll probably advance. And so Chip Honcho will have to face one of those and some other stiff horses, but it won't be like running against a 20-horse field in the Kentucky Derby. We got the coffee going here. Today's coffee, those Tim Hortons, Canada's favorite coffee. They're all over the place in Canada. That's the first place I had Chip Honcho coffee. Tim Hortons coffee was in Canada. I think it was in Halifax. I went on a Canadian cruise in 2010, and they had a Tim Hortons. That's the first time I had it. And this is the second time I've had it. This is the second bag of these beans that I got. So Tim Hortons coffee. It's very smooth, and it's full-bodied at the same time. It's not overpowering. And they popped up in America now, too. I was in Staten Island recently. I saw it there. So they've come to America, too. A bit of a step up from Dunkin' Donuts. Not a big step up, but very good coffee. All right, Mike Smith in the books. So I'm talking about the late pick 4 here. What I'm going to do now is this. I'm going to take a look at the 8th race, get a better picture at that, and see what's going on there. Let me scroll to this 8th race so we can look at it. Race 8. Okay. Now, I like the 3 in this race, and it'll all come back to me when I see it a little clearer now. Here we go. Make it visible. Okay, this is Shadow Coast. Now, this is the horse I like best. Again, with the sheets, the lower the number, the faster the race. This is race 8. I'm talking pick 4, late pick 4. And you see the picks scrolling down below. Yeah, Shadow Coast. Now, he did have a little trouble in his last race at 7 furlongs. But look at the 2 numbers he put up at Churchill Downs. At the end of his 3-year-old campaign, he put together a couple of 8s. All right, on this track, both dry and muddy. Now, that's really the fastest figures in this race. And my second choice is number 2. I'm not going to talk pace now. I'll just stay with it. Is this correct? Now, he usually runs longer. Let me take this off the screen for a second. I might have to make an adjustment here on this. I don't want to. Something seems a little off about this. Maybe not. Maybe not. We may be good. I just want to go down to the 10 horse and see. You know, the 10 horse, I might flip 2 and 10 in race 8. I want to look at the pace charts for this race. Talking pick 4 here, late pick 4. No, it seems right. I mean, yeah, I might have to. I'll go 3 deep in that. It's kind of a thin field. Yeah, I stand. I tell you, between the 2 and the 10, I could go either way with those 2 as the second choice. If there was going to be a single in this series, I think the 3 looks pretty solid. Hey, 84. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us. Let's check this. All right, almost an hour to post time. Let's see if they opened up the boards over there. Get an idea of the prices on this first race. I want to check something out about this first race for a second. I have to change something here, folks, and I'm going to make that adjustment right here. I see something from my thing. That's why I double check it. Number 3, 3 is actually my second choice in this race. 635. So let me change that. I initially thought he was scratched, so I went a line through him. See, I do all my handicapping, and what I do is then, from my other notes, I write them on a pad after I'm done. I have it on one pad, then I just put it on another pad that I'm going to use and work with during the day. And you can see what I have here. I have my picks for all the races. Let me bring it up. Right now, the 3 wasn't scratched. The 3 actually was scratched in the third race. And they're the same ones. And now it came to my attention that I didn't use them here on the picks that are scrolling. So I got to add 635. And these will be mirror images of the of my picks that are down below. In the 9th race, I had 6. 4 was my second choice, but he did scratch. And then in the 6th race, you can see there's a few things going on there. I have notes. I think that's a wide open race. So we'll talk about that later. So let me make this adjustment here that you know that 5 isn't my second choice. Okay, in this first race. So 2 would actually be my 4th choice. Long-legged Diane is, she was talking about the 2. Okay, I think the correction is in. 635. Okay. And what I have with the 2 is, if you can see there from my notes, I do have. You know what? I'm not going to. You see the 2 has a question mark next to him. He was my 4th choice because that's the turf horse moving forward. And let's see who's taking money. How are they taking money here? 6 is on the board at 9-5. 3 is on the board at 5-2. Okay. And 5 is on the board at 3-1. So I'm pretty much in order. And the 2 is the 4th choice at 7-2. And the too many mics, 7-1. That's the turf horse, the Tyler Gaffalione, number 1. And it really is a Naira jockey show there, this first race, because we have Irad Ortiz, Jose Ortiz, and Luis Saez on the top 3 entries. And looking ahead to the daily double situation. I'm going to bring this up to something that's not as foreign. For you daily double players, hang on one second, let me just get this. Okay. This second race, here we are with the Brisnet. Now the second race, they really start off the early pick 4. They make it rough for everybody. Here's what's happening there. You can see it's filled with first-time starters. Now I landed on the 1, a really tentative choice, Sergeant Bilko, Eddie Keneally. He had some year, a couple of years back. How many? 2 years back was it? Where he won the Oaks with Torpedo Anna and the Derby with Mystic Dan. So, yeah, won the Oaks Derby double. Sergeant Bilko, out of Army Mule, very strong sire. He's working quick. Last workout was on the 22nd, only 3 days ago at Keeneland, 3rd of 20, 35-3. The sire, Army Mule, 18% win, 18% winning percentage for first-time starter, and the Dam even has 1 winner out of 1 starter. Nice work. Previous work from that, April 16th, 3rd of 30, 47-2. Before that, April 9th, 2nd of 34, 47. Okay, let me check the current daily double odds, get an idea where this might be going. To see who's taking the money. Let's take the favorites, 6, and see what he's paying with the others in a daily double. Well, yeah. 6 with the 1 is 8-1 odds right now. My second choice, the 5, 6 with 5 is only $5. And 6 with 7, yeah, it sounds like my handicapping is on here, with the exception that the money seems to be going. Wow. Depending on who you're using, out of the 3 horses I'm using, the 1 is taking a little bit more money than the 5. But what's jumping out at me here is the 2 with 1 is paying 13. Yeah, I still don't like 2-1. Okay. That's a fairly wide open race. And tough. So looking back at it at second. Okay, then we'll go to my second choice, the 5. Be Happy, Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz. The works are okay. Did throw a bullet at Keeneland on April 10th. The Ward made debut maiden special weight, 32%. Yeah, this is a jockey trainer thing right now. And this one opens at 7-5. And I prefer the breeding. Nashville, out of Spadestown, 15K. I prefer the breeding, and I prefer the inside speed. And this is only a 4.5 furlong race. So I prefer the rail here. And I see this horse is running 35 second, 47 second, 47, 35. I mean, the last 4 workouts are outstanding for Eddie Keneally, Army Mule. Yeah, and he opened 7-2, so we're getting a bit of a price to beat the 7-5. So that's just one way I'm looking at that. James White. Hey, James White, how's it going? Wesley Ward's 2-year-old will be better than 5. Happy away. Wesley Ward. Oh, Wesley Ward. Happy away. Happy away. We'll see. We'll see, James. It would, I can't, he's definitely going to be a contender. And, you can't dismiss Wesley Ward. I'm looking for a bit of value on this race, and he is my second choice. I think it's going to go through those two. I want to take a look at my third choice here in this race, number 7. That's the one with some experience. Okay. This one has at least run on a dry track. Uncle Mo Money showed some early speed last time. They listed him as a presser, but how do you know? Okay, he was running third at the first call. He ran 4.5, but look, he has a cup. Hasn't worked out in a while. Did show some bullets before his maiden race for third, and that's a tough choice. I probably wouldn't go more. I'm not going to play the early pick 4. Let's put it that way. The only other one that actually ran a halfway decent is Evan Roman. Ran the 76 Brisnet, which is higher than the Uncle's Money. Evan Roman, always dangerous. Only 3%. He's only 9%. What's the jockey on the 7? We're getting Luis Saez on the 7 too. And it's only start. He did run on a sloppy track. We're not going to get sloppy today. So, yeah, 7. I went with that one. I went with the jockey, and I went with Ray Hernandez, 11% trainer. And there's Dohey, the trainer of the 4, is a sneaky trainer, 17%. He might very well come in third. I'm not gonna bet that race on its own. I can tell you right now that's a pass race for me. Thanks for weighing in, James. And yeah, he could certainly get it done. Happy away. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us. And let's take a look at that third race while we're at it. 236. Let's talk about it. Two, 3, 6. Yeah. All right. And bring it up here. In second race, third race. We're going to shift back for second, third race. Get past these. Only 2 with experience. 1 mile. Okay, now we're talking. Claiming race, 30,000. Fillies and mares. Field size. We do have a scratch in that race. It's only 6 horses. I actually listed 5 of them, 4 of them here will have a chance. So I see this as kind of a wide open race. I went 2, which opens 2-1. 3, which opens 6-5. Let's see Ortiz brothers on those two, by the way. I ride on the 2, Jose on the 3, and I listed number 6, Wild Acclaim, who is the one I found a little interesting in this race, who is 10-1. And I also have 5 listed, who's a 9-2 shot. McPeak is my 4th choice, who has some early speed. You see, these opening races aren't the greatest today at Churchill, but definitely better races down the road. And if you haven't heard me earlier, in the 10th race, I see a 6-1 shot who I like better than the favorite. 10th race, number 5. And actually, the 3 and 6 can be a coin flip. So that's an interesting race. And I've looked at the late pick 4, and we're going to look further at it here. I'm going to do a late pick 4 today. We'll talk more about that as we come forward. Christian. How's it going, Christian? Good luck today. Let's get it done. Thanks for joining us. May the horse be with you. Chicken Hawk. Hey, Chicken Hawk. Go get him today. Good luck today. Welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us. KB Wiz, good to see Al. Let's hope Churchill is as good to me as Keeneland has been. KB Wiz, keep it going, man. You got this. Good to see you, too. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, this should be a fun day. And I will be here during the Kentucky Derby draw and the Kentucky Oaks draw. That takes place between races 3 and 4. And so they'll hold things up there, while they do the draw. It'll be about an hour and change, about an hour and 10, 15 minutes or so. So I'll be here during the draw. And it's on, for those of you who don't have it on your computer, it is on FanDuel TV. So look up your provider, FanDuel TV. So we'll be here for all of that. That should be a lot of fun. Let's do this now, Coffee. Chicken Hawk. At Chicken Hawk, I'm glad you brought that up. Today, the coffee, bring this down. Okay, race 3. Today's coffee, Tim Hortons Coffee, whole bean, original blend coffee, medium roast, Canada's favorite coffee. Tremendous. The beans, I ground it. Back, Al. Hey, welcome back. Back and better than ever. I sent you my pick 3. What do you think about their chances? I was just talking about them. Let me scroll back to you. A 6-2 with 5. We're just talking about that. And James White says I'm torn between the 1 and the 5. I put 1 on top. I like the breeding. I like the the breeding. And let me bring your pick 3 up. I like the breeding, and I like the rail, and I like the workouts of the horse. The breeding out of Gun Runner has Jose Ortiz up, and Jose usually likes to let him rip. So I think he should save a little bit of ground and have the inside shot to the rail into the turn at 4.5 furlongs. Could go either way. I think a 5 can certainly win. I'm looking for a little bit of a price, but while you were away, I did say earlier, I'm not going to be playing that race. So that's how, I'm not going to throw the dice and just take a shot just to play. It's a wide open race. There's only 2 horses with experience, and 7 has some speed. So I think it's so that's what I think. I think you got a shot there. And I was saying earlier also, I did make a correction. I had to make a correction on my picks for the first race. 2 was actually my 4th choice in the first race. I went, my picks were actually this for race 1. Top choices were 6, 3, 5. And if you see my notepad here, which I also showed earlier, I had 6. I'm getting wiped out here. 6, 3, 5. 3 wasn't a scratch. Holy cow. 6, 3, 5. and 2 with a question mark. Okay, for some reason we're showing before. Race 1, 6, 3, 5, 2 with a question mark. He was actually my 4th choice. I think that's a very wide open race. The tote board is open now, and that's how it is. Let me see. Let me just send something out here. So that's where I'm at now. And I was talking about the 3rd race, so let's bring that back up. My choices in race 3 were 2, 3, 6, 5. Okay. Just looking at something here. The 3rd race is a very interesting race. Now, I went very tentative on top with Barbara Tina, who now gets trained, used to be trained by Rick Dutro. Horrible 2 races by Rick Dutro. Opens 2-1 for Irad Ortiz and Joe Sharp, he's a really sharp trainer. But seriously, he has a 21% winning percentage going back to the beginning of 2025. And we all know Irad Ortiz. He's 22% going back to the beginning of 2025. If you throw those last 2 races out, now this is a 30K claiming race, those last 2 races, and he goes to a trainer like, he gets Irad Ortiz, and he goes to a trainer like Sharp. Look at the numbers he was running. Well, he hasn't run those numbers since June of 24. But he comes off a bullet workout here, 59-3, first of 39 on the 18th, a week ago. He's been working out steadily at Churchill Downs. Now, if he goes anywhere near those 89, 91, 88 numbers, he's a winner. And he actually ran in the Gazelle Stakes at Aqueduct, and you're going back 2024, and it's reaching. This is not really my kind of race either. Yeah, but anyway, Lady Orient. Okay, that's a 6-5 choice. I could see why this one's 6-5 and the other one's 2-1. And this is another one that pits the 2 Ortiz brothers up against each other. More consistent, not as flashy. Another one comes off a bullet workout here at Churchill on the 7th, first of 24, 47 flat. And my 3rd choice there was the 6. Wild Acclaim. That's the interesting one. And here's where I'm going to bring some numbers up here. And then the 5 has some speed, but really put up its big numbers. St. Nancy. Hasn't run well on dirt at Churchill Downs. His last 2 races are on turf and on the synthetic at Turfway Park. I don't know. He's been running at this level. Did put up a nice number. I don't see him winning. Is a McPeak entry who's dangerous. They're shortening up a bit here. This one does have some speed. Yeah, this one's going to be probably running to the front. He's found a new dimension. He showed a hell of a lot of speed on turf. Let me go to the Thorograph for this. All right, race 3. Here we see the speed charts, early speed charts for this race. And this looks like, you see it shows 5 and 2 is the most likely pace setters here. But I'm looking, I want to go down to the actual charts and talk about this. All right. Lower the number, the faster the race. Okay, the 1 I didn't like at all. Now you see the 2 came off as a 4-year-old, 2 real clunkers, 37 and 28. This horse was eased. Hasn't run in nearly a year. But look at the numbers it was putting up as a 3-year-old. 7, 11. Okay, those are the 2 ones on dirt, all right? And the 7 was at Churchill Downs. Now I want to go to the 3. The 3 recently ran an 11 at the fairgrounds. Has some, at least this horse is running, he's fairly healthy, and that's why it's 6-5. But this running at the claiming ranks 30, 15K claiming level, whereas the 2, you see he was a G3 runner. He's running stakes before. Is this horse finished? He's the second. I think he rebounds today under Joe Sharp. Now we're going to go. So remember the numbers, 11, and this one does have back as a 3-year-old. Did put up a 7 and an 11, and then as a 4-year-old, he missed a bunch of time and came back and was lame basically. And now the question is he finished, or can he go back here where he would be a likely winner? I'll take a shot with him and the pace over a claiming horse. He class over him, I think, and also the trainer. Yeah, Joe Sharp versus Kenan LaRose. I'll go Joe Sharp all day long. Now I want to compare the 5 St. Nancy's. I can't go this way with this horse. He did run a 13 at Oaklawn as a 3-year-old. He is a 4-year-old now from McPeak. And now I want to come down here with Wild Acclaim, a 10-1 shot. Look at this number right here. Now this is last year, and the last couple were at Topeka. He ran a 13-11 recently. So that puts him up there with the other horses. So, and look at this. At this track last year, Wild Acclaim put up an 11 at Churchill Downs. And this is a 10-1 shot. So, it's another race that you're not going to break the bank. Yeah, most likely he will be. Long Legs Diane. He should be anyway, at least by the charts and by his past. And Long Leg Catholic Boy breeding helps at the mile distance. Right. Okay, I'm going to step away, take a little break, be back in a bit, heat up the coffee. And hey, before we know it, it's going to be post time. It's still 35 minutes to post. Okay, let me get this up. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. It's going to be a great day. Kentucky Derby draft and Kentucky Oaks between races 3 and 4. And remember, if you haven't heard this, Chip Honcho is withdrawn from the Derby, Steve Asmussen, instead pointing him to the Preakness. And what we're going to do then is, from there, he's pointed to the Preakness. Who gets into the draw now? Bob Baffert, litmus test. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'll be back in a bit. Okay, and we're back. If you're joining us or here, thanks for joining us. Welcome to Horse Racing Plus. I'm Alan, your host. I'll be here all afternoon into the early 6:15, 6:20, whatever I think the last post is 6:15. So, and I'll be here for coverage of the draw. The draw. Uh, I have a TV on, and it's on FanDuel TV. If you want to watch it on TV, or maybe it's covered here on the internet somewhere, or the ADW's covered. I don't know. Let's see. One thing I'll be looking at today, I'll be watching. It's a new season here at Churchill Downs. What I'm going to be looking at is this. I'm going to keep an eye on how this track is playing. Now entering the new season, and for today, is the inside, is the rail dead, or is it how's the speed holding up? How are the outside posts doing here? Today. So I'll be keeping an eye on the track as we head towards the Kentucky Derby, and let's catch up. 11 minutes to post time. Holy crap. All right, it's 12:45 post. All right. Geez, I'm thinking 1 o'clock. Thank you, Diane. Okay, so let's talk about this race now that we're on it 9 minutes now. And as the board shows, we've talked about this. I'm standing tight here. Let me bring up the see what these horses actually look like. Okay, I'm bringing them out in post parade now. Yeah, that Island Girl, Diane, is taking money with the 1 and 5. Really the 1 in the second race, more so than the 5. But that was last I looked. And Pure Joy, yeah, 3-2. And my second choice, yeah, they're in the same order that I have them, 6, 3, 5, 2. At least that's where the money's going now. And let's just take a look at this. We'll talk a little bit about them again. I was looking at the sheet numbers for this one. Let me get down so I could talk about it here. Yes, I think some things jumped out at me here. The early pace. Yeah, it's showing Pure Joy is the one that is most likely going to be the pace setter. Okay, about these horses. Let's talk about it. Race 1. And it's a small field, a relatively small field. I landed on number 6, Pure Joy. Watch come post time. I believe this one's going to be maybe even money or so. Steve Asmussen, Pure Joy, gets Jose Ortiz, has a second and 2/3. Never missed the board, but really jumping forward with the speed figures. And for those of you who are familiar with Thoroughgraph, the lower the number, the faster the race. He's coming off, he hasn't run it as a 2-year-old, but 14, 10, 10. This horse looks like it's moving forward, and those 10s really are the fastest numbers of any of them in this race. So yeah, a Pure Joy. Let me make it a little bigger. Maybe maybe you're on your phone. Pure Joy, the numbers, the 10, 10, 14 really jump out. And as far as the other one, my second choice, number 3. This one's moving forward as well. And I want to go down to the 5. 11 is its fastest number. Now, 5 Plaza Q. This one is a 13 on a sloppy track. Did run a 14. This one is a second place machine. Look at this one. The last bunch of races, fifth, second, 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 fifth, second. I'm not going to put this horse on top. I went, so, yeah, 6, 3, 5, and I'm going to go to the 2 a second. We'll talk about that one. I got the others. Since we're so close to post, I'll say here, the 2 has been getting faster every race. Has a few seconds in there too. Now this one's a wild card because this one's never run on dirt. Now this is a 1.25 miles. So this one, by the distance, yeah, all of my 1 mile and 16th. You know, the 4 has run the distance, but it looks way too slow for Eduardo Caramori. Yami Torres up. Really have to move forward to win. You know, the 5 certainly has the numbers. Did win a race, a 7 at Oaklawn last year in March. So I'm very comfortable with 6 on top. As far as the others, throw the dice at the others. All right. 2 is a wild card. 5 is a second place machine. Has a million chances to win this damn thing already. I think he has 5 second place finishes already and 2 fifths. The 3. He's another kind of a wild card because it's going back to this one. Never raced on dirt, but the numbers are good and getting better. He's ran an 11 last race, 25, 19, 14, 12, 12, 11. Keeps marching forward and gets, that's the 3 horse. That's the one I like for second. Irad Ortiz. Wild card. What's he going to do with that? And the other one, 2, Island Girl keeps getting better. Gets Machado up. 8 comes off at 12 at Keeneland. Never raced on this surface. Okay, let's see how close they are. They're walking around. What am I going to do? My suggested play here, I would just do a straight sick win bet. I'll take the 8 to 5 on that. You know, but no bet for me. Let me put it up there. Race 1. Number 6 to win. Not betting the passing on this race. I'll let you know when I'm jumping in. All right. I hope he stays up there. And good luck to everybody who has horses in this race. And we do have a little bit of time. I want to catch up. I want to say, Curtis, Exacta and try key 3, 1, 4, 5, 6. 3 is certainly dangerous. Good luck, Curtis. Hey, Mitch. Exacta key 6 with all 6. I'd be shocked. Call the police if 6 finishes less than second. Watch them looking at the track. 5 and 3 look alert. Okay, let's take a look at this here. Let me see what's going on. All right, I'm looking at it right now. Wide open race, really. In the 1, too many mics. The numbers look too slow. The numbers look too slow. Only raced twice, but it is a grand motion horse, which always have to be respected, but he's never ran on dirt. She's never ran on dirt. So it should be one hell of a race. They're getting close to getting in. They're circling the wagon. And remember, when you're playing these races, ice water in your veins, right? What I mean by that is you don't want to be an emotional wreck when playing the races because money's involved, and don't get too low after a loss that you panic, or you get too high after a win and start throwing the money around like it's house money, Monopoly money. No, once you win a race, it's your money. That's some people actually have their worst days after a big win because they get reckless after that. And the next thing they know, they're in that death spiral, like when a plane goes down. And before they know it, they're going to the ATM machine. So you want to be playing the races on an even keel. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, they're approaching the starting gate. Diane, those picks I sent you, I'm not playing due to short on funding, but I need watch how they're running. Exactly. Excellent point. Watch how the track is playing. The Kentucky Derby's coming up. You want to, for betting, even today, how's the rail playing? How the outside, is the speed holding up? Never mind the rail. How are the outside posts doing? How is the track playing? So, because, when you watch these races and the races there throughout the week leading up to the Derby, you'll get a better idea how this plays out. Okay, good luck, everybody. And they're off at Churchill Downs. May the best filly win. Interesting start here. Look at these horses, 5-2, 5-2, 8-5. I'd be surprised if the 6 lost. Off the clubhouse turn. 6 is in great position here. Look at this. Now, after 4 horses, 58-1, Una Quatum making her move there. And the 2's going to be back there. That's more of a turf horse. That's style used to closing. And now 6 is, watch how they're riding. Now, you want to see the horse. You want to see them when the jockey's ready to let the horse go. They'll get down in the saddle. So you give more straddle the horse than being up on it. And they'll be riding more with their hands. That's when you turn them loose. Now, if they get down, the 6 is still sitting. He hasn't let it go yet. 5's already went to the wit. Okay, now 6 goes to the hands. He's down in the saddle. Swings outside. 3 is coming though, but 6 means business. See how he's riding him with his hands? He hasn't even went to the whip yet. And we call the trifecta straight. I didn't play it, but there was a nice run. Nice run by the jockey there. Watch them. When he gets down like this, he's ready to go. I want to say hi to William. Hi, William. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us. He pretty much had that cold with my selections there, my picks. I mean, you can see my picks here, on my pad. I had it, they're all for all the races, and they're the picks that are scrolling down below. So we're off to a good start with the picks. And my suggested play was, and I passed on the race. I just like 6 to win. I thought it was up in the air, too many question marks, but I would have hit that try. I would have got the win. And I don't even know, what would that exactor have paid? Yeah, 6-3 is an 8-1 exacta. 6-5 would have been 7-1. 5 just ran out of gas. And in the second race, it's only 2 horses with experience, and I think it's going to be a crapshoot between the 1 and the 5 in race 2. And as far as and I like the 7 a little bit for, maybe third, but maybe just does a little something with Uncle with Money. You get out of Upstart with Louis Sayas up. That's a 6-1 shot. There's my third choice. We'll see what this is going to pay. Six to win off at 8-5. Absolute gift, Diane. Absolute gift. No bank is going to pay you almost double your money in 1 minute. The numbers were there. Connie. Hiya, Connie. Connie Munson. When is the Derby? Derby is a week from today. And the Derby draw is at 2 o'clock. And I'll be covering it here. So actually, when they're running the races at Churchill Downs today, opening day, Churchill Downs, when they're running the races here at Churchill Downs today, they're actually going to pause the racing. Once the third race is over, they're going to go to the Derby draw and cover the whole thing. Actually, the Oaks and the Derby, they're going to do the draw for both. And then the fourth race will come up about an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half after the third is over. So they pause racing at Churchill Downs. And don't think for a second that the people that are at Churchill Downs are going to get antsy about this. That might be more exciting. They're more excited about the draw than the Derby itself. Churchill Downs, Kentucky, that's the horse racing capital of the world, capital of the United States. Everybody is going to be glued to that draw, and they're going to have an absolute blast. People are going to have Kentucky Derby draw parties, the juleps and everything else. They're into it, and I'm into it too. I can't wait to see where my horses wind up. Renegade and some of the others. So many. I like emerging market too in this race, but Further Ado looks very dangerous. He's the only horse in the Derby field that has negative sheet numbers, and he has 2 of them. But he did it both times at Keeneland. So can he do it at another track? I kind of semi-labeled him a Keeneland specialist, but I'm not so sure about that. But we'll see what happens, because this is in Kentucky too. Maybe he just likes the air over there. So that draw is going to be a blast. $18 for 2 on the exacta. Oh, thanks for the heads up there, Diane. Seal, what's up, man? How's it going? Hey, Al. Hey, gang. Hey, Seal. You're pumped up for this draw? Yeah, I'm looking at a bunch of horses. I think the Oaks is going to be a spread race, and you know what? I think the two Japanese horses are live. They're live. And that one has a name Bourbon or something. It's an undefeated horse. And I can't wait to see how the draw turns out. Who's going to get the dreaded #1 post? That's going to begin 2 p.m. Eastern time. It's on for television. It's on FanDuel TV. So you can watch it there. I got the TV on, the sound down, of course. But I'll be here throughout the draw, and we'll see what happens. Who run race 8 today? Hey, Jane Tanderson. Who won race 1? It was 6. Number 6 won 8-5, and it was the finishing order was 6, 3, 5, 2. So thanks for joining us. Good luck today. Hey, we got this. And may the horse be with you. And may the horse be with all of you. So that's what's going on there. 6-3 was paying 16. Okay, so that was a fairly easy. Race, Diane. And I'm spreading the super. The Japanese are the odds. Those Japanese, both of them look good. And one of them, I forget its name. What was it? Oh, it begins with a W. He threw up a huge thoroughbred figure in his last race. That was the horse that won at Dubai. He threw a 1. Very dangerous. And the other horse is an absolute beast. The Bourbon, whatever his name is. This is going to be a great Derby. So I'm really looking forward to this. And okay, hang on. Okay, so opening day here at Churchill Downs. $1 triple pay decent. What are the prices here? Let me see this. Okay, they got the prices up now for those scoring at home. Okay, 50-cent try. Well, $9.89 for $3. It's 2-1 with. I don't think as little as that paid. I think that was a very tough race. And look at this. The one is favored in this race, 6-5. I have 157, 1-5. The Ortiz brothers. I like the breeding better of the one. I like that he gets the rail. Only a 4.5 furlong race out of Gun Runner. I prefer that one over the 5. And the other one I like was number 7 here in race 2. Number 5. I wasn't crazy about the breeding of the 5. Happy Away. It is Wesley Ward, though, and if anyone can get it ready to go, it's Wesley Ward. But the trainer of number 1, Sergeant Bilko, is none other than Eddie Keneally with Jose Ortiz up. Eddie Keneally, a couple years back, winner of both the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby with Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan. Uncle with Money, has early speed, and he does get Luis Saez up, who is good on the muscle, as they say in horse racing, on the speed types, and taking a little bit of money. Open 6-1, now 9-2, and is the third choice. 157. This is probably another pass race for me. I'm not going to bet on this. I think better races are down the road. And right now we are looking, there's 23 minutes to post. So this is the perfect time to step away for a second, reheat the coffee. Coffee's going. Horse racing mug, we mean business here. And today's coffee, Tim Hortons, whole bean, original blend coffee, medium roast. As it says up here, Canada's favorite coffee. It is a great coffee. Check it out. I got it on Amazon. I think it was $6.99 or something. What a great price. Look, in the stores now, you can't find coffee for under $10. So definitely a great thing there. Okay, daily double payouts, not much difference between. Yeah, I saw that too earlier. That's the 2. And Seal sitting this race out. Oh, I am too. Maybe I'll think about it when I get it back. I'll look, maybe a short pick 4. We'll look at that when I get back. It's 4.5 furlongs. And this is the type of race where sometimes with all the first-time starters, anything can happen. And that's the thing with these races. Yeah, I'm going to pass on this. There are much better races ahead. And I think the race I'm really interested in is in the 10th race, I like a 6-1 on top over Iron Ortiz, who's on a big favorite. Okay. And at least he has the sheet numbers that are much better. And I hope he's getting a price, because I'm going to definitely play a late pick 4. That's probably going to be my bread and butter for today. Maybe something else. But that's the race I'm saving my money for, to get an honest pick 4 play to bring it home opening day, Churchill Downs. About 20-something minutes to post. I want to thank everyone for joining us, and I will be back in a bit, reheat the coffee, and take a little pit stop and a break. Be back in a bit. And we're back. Full cup of coffee. Today's coffee, Tim Hortons Coffee. Today's show brought to you by Tim Hortons Coffee. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm not sponsored by them. Canada's favorite coffee, tremendous coffee. All right, let's take a look. Now it is pick four time. All right, it's a big moment of the day. So let's take a look at that and see how we address that here. Are we going to jump in with a pick four play? I don't know. I may pass on the race, but I got to put it out there. And what I'll say is this, you know, these 3-year-old races, I mean, these may, you know, there's only 2 horses in this race with experience. Let's talk about that. Race 2, it is a, we bring up the data here. I'm using Brisnet and Thorograph today. Okay, race 2, 4.5 furlong race. Purse 92,000. Now this is a race for 2-year-olds. Very interesting. 2-year-olds running early in the year. I landed on number 1. I liked the rail. I like Eddie Keneally. I like that Jose Ortiz likes to go. Since it's a short race, this one's going to get to the rail, the turn for home real quick, as you can see by the upper right here. It's a 4.5 furlong race, and they'll get right there. So should be able to maintain position over the second choice, number 5, Jose Ortiz riding. And on the 5, Happy Away, Wesley Ward, the dangerous trainer, maiden special weights and debuts. He wins 32%. Comes off a nice workout. Yeah, not a second of 37. Did throw the bullet of 35-3, working from the gate on April 10th and did work April 17th. Coin flip really between the 2. I had to pick one. If I was playing the pick 4, I would use both. Okay, so we're going to look at the pick 4 here, since that's it. I'm sure everybody's interested in that with 10 minutes to post. Jumping ahead. Okay, looking at race 3. So that's my picks here. It's nothing I go crazy with. I will say Uncle with Money does have experience, and he's bet down now to 7-2, and he does have some speed. All right, so keep an eye on him. Maybe the others aren't ready to go. Do I want to go 3 deep? Well, he's at 7-2. The 1 is at 7-5. And my second choice, the 5 is at 9-5. Do you single the 1? Yeah, 1's now at 6-5, and the 5 is at 9-5. I don't know. What would I do in race 2 of the pick 3? 2 is another interesting. Race 3, another interesting one. 2 used to be a very good horse. I go no deeper than 2-3. This used to be an excellent horse. Out of Catholic Boy, Bob Bratina. Gets Irad Ortiz for Joe Sharp. Gets it first time in his barn. This horse, if this was a couple of years ago, this horse would do real serious damage, would walk away with a win here. Really taking a drop in class here for this. Does he have anything left? His numbers were horrible. He was eased last year. So, but the other one, it would be Lady Orient, very consistent. And that's the 6-5 opening choice with Jose Ortiz. So again, it's the Ortiz brothers. And the long shot underneath, I like the 10-1 shot. Number 6, Wild Acclaim, has a number in here that kind of fits for 3rd. So that's there. So basically, you go 2 deep, 1-5, 2-3. And in leg 4 here, the 3rd leg, 5-1-4. Lord Majesty. Let me just take a deeper look at 5. How many minutes to post? Where's the, come on, give me a time, man. I got to look at the screen. It's post time 3:04. Race 4. Okay. Okay, it's race 4. Hang on. Let's see. 7 minutes. Okay. I'll have these next two sized up for you in a second. I landed on 5-1. Let me see. Lonnie. Oh, that's a tough race. Here's the thing about the 4th race. The 1 has been running big races, really a Mahoning Valley specialist, has big early speed. He's my second choice. Now, I went to the 5 as my top choice. Yeah, the 5 has been running at a bigger circuit. It gets Tyler Gaffalione. And my third choice, number 4, Ready Pursuit. No. It's no. Not Ready Pursuit. 4 did put up a big number at Fairgrounds back in the beginning of January. That's Upturned Brim, Axel Concepcion. Indy ran okay. No. I think he can go safe 2 deep on 1-5 there. Let me check the odds on these. Race 4, 1-5. 1 is 3-1. 5 is 5-2. We're getting chalky here. And 4 is 4-1. This may not be a big pick 4 here. Let me see race 5. Okay, so I like that my top 2 selections, they're scrolling down below in the first 3 races. I think it gets it done. I think we're going to see a lot of chalk here. Let's see if 5 is one that brings some money in. 3, I like Exploration. I think he would be my single. Rick Dutro and Irad Ortiz. But let me take a deeper look for a second there. Let me see if there's somebody, a surprise in there that might upset this. It can't be that easy, right? Just pick the first 2 of your picks. Now, I started handicapping this at 5:45 in the morning and got done at 11:45, 15 minutes before, after making adjustments after scratches. So yeah, I put the work in on this. I'm ready to rock this freaking thing. We had the first 4 picks. First 4 horses cold in the first race. How many minutes to post? Okay, they're still walking around. Let me just double check my 5th horse, my horses in this race. Race 5. That's oh boy. The 1 came off. The 1 came off a giant race. Best race of his career is Wistucky. The name Kentucky Wistucky. Ran a big race for DeBona with winning at 6.5. Let me just check my third choice 4. Let me just check the pace. Exploration, so there's speed signed on. My top choice will get pace to close into. I think that's where we see if speed holds up. Now, if I was going to play a pick 4, I'd do this. I go this way. Let me get this out of here. All right. Race 2. Pick 4. 1, 5, 2, 3. This, you could play it for 50 cents. 1, 5. Do I mail this in? 2 minutes to post. I'm thinking about it. Now for 50 cents, that's a $12 play. May even get your $12 back. I just think there are better races ahead. Let me catch up. I see we have some people weighing in here. Diane, 5 wins this race in third. I would need 2, 3. All right. Good luck, Diane. Seal. 1, 2, 8 box. Good luck, Seal. You're getting a nice price on the 8. Let me take a look at your 8 for a second here. Hey, why not? Never raced. John Ennis, very respectable trainer. John Ennis. With the jockey, Danny Sheehy, they're 15% together. Ennis is 8% at Churchill. Never raced before. I tell you, it's dangerous. Okay, and I want to look at you too. It's another firster. Jan Hernandez. Okay, we got a female up. Highly motivated. No history for this trainer. I mean, for this highly motivated for this sire. Really just getting going. Curtis, try 1 over 4, 4, 5, 7, 8. I could see that happening. Good luck, Curtis. I like the 1. Gets to the turn quick. Jason. Hey, Jason. Happy away to win. Good luck, Jason. It's between 1 and 5 is the way I see it. And they're approaching the gate. They're getting a little bit closer. I don't have a bet, but I'm not going to bet just to bet. But if I was going to bet, I would probably, I'd take a stand. I'd single the 1. And would make that a $6 pick 4. And it may, I don't know. You'd have to go 1-5 in that. Okay, Diane, 1 is overlooked. 1 from the rail, which I overlooked. Oh, yeah, well, the Army Mule. But let's see. You know, the brothers. That's the thing sometimes. It seems like Jose Ortiz always seems to let his older brother win somehow. It's like he runs wingman for him. Probably that's a horrible thing to say, but, you know, it sure looked like it the other day at Keeneland. And they're off. Let's see how the rail is playing. I thought, do we got a dead rail, folks? This is really unexpected. And there's that uncle's money. I knew that horse had speed. He's my 3rd choice. I don't know. 1 seemed to get out quick and stop running. 5 hasn't measured. But 6 is covering more ground on the outside. And 1 is shooting up the rail. But holy smokes, do you believe this? Well, I have the try cold on my picks. I didn't bet the race, but all right, if the first 2 races are any indication, I'm ice cold on, you know, got the first two cold for my selections that are scrolling down below. I thought the one was out of it. He was what, 5 lengths back? And the rail looks good coming for home, I'll tell you that, unless it's just this horse. Now, these are 2-year-olds, so you may want to put this one in your virtual stable, and I'll put an X on that so I will note to do that later, out of Army Mule, Sergeant Bilko. What? They match the horse to the name to the horse's sire. You know, Army Mule, now we got Sergeant Bilko. And their Uncle with Money, respectable race. Let's go back, see who nailed this here. Glad I didn't play the pick 3. Yeah, if you go by breeding, okay. I see. Well, you got that try, Curtis. Good job on that. Hopefully, at least you didn't lose the whole thing. You could play the try for as little as 50 cents. If 5 wins this race, I would need in the third. I would okay. So there we go. That's how it went there. So we're off to a fairly good start here. I haven't jumped in yet with this. I mean, I've been ice cold winners I've given out, and I said what I would play, and I would have 2 tries if I played them both straight. But officially, I haven't bet. I'll let you know when I'm on it. But I haven't officially placed a bet yet, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, I'm waiting for the opportunity. I'm not going to bet just to bet. 8 for $2, and that's a little tricky too, because there was no guarantee it was gonna be that way. And it looked like 5 was, had this race turning for home. And these two-year-old races are always tough. But we watched. One thing I did get out of this race is the stretch, the inside the rail certainly wasn't slow. It certainly wasn't slow. I was wondering if there was problems from the start, since the one jumped up towards the lead and then dropped. Next he was thinking, I know he was 4 back, but coming for home, I really don't see a bias here. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on how the speed holds up, and in 35 minutes, it'll be time for the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby draw. The big news today, of course, very chalky here, the first 2 races. The big news today here for the Kentucky, as far as the Kentucky Derby goes, Chip Honcho, Steve Asmussen, after Chip Honcho had a beautiful workout, really came out of it great, just over a minute and change for 5 furlongs. He opted out of the Derby. He's deciding, let's go for the Preakness instead. What that means is Bob Baffert is in with Litmus Test. Litmus Test threw a clunker last race, but before that, very dangerous horse. Looked like he was a virtual lock to make the Derby, and then he only finished with 35 points, and then he gets in. So now Bob suddenly has 2 entries in the Kentucky Derby. So let's see. And good job by Steve. Good job by Steve opting out early. They had to let the officials know by 11 a.m. this morning if they were going to be in the Derby or not, because you don't want to have a guy that's on the fence like, should I run him? Should I not? And then Bob or the other horses, there are going to be some alternate entries in there. And then if Steve say he didn't do that, and then in the middle of the week he says for whatever reasons he's out, all of a sudden the AE, like Bob in this case, would have been a litmus test. Then automatically he breaks from the extreme outside, 20 spots out. So they let them know early. So that's news. Litmus Test, Bob Baffert now, 2 entries in the Kentucky Derby, and Litmus Test in, and Chip Honcho out. Hey, Bernier. Good afternoon. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us. Try paid $14 for $1. Yeah, that's a tough try. Yeah, those races where you have only 2 horses out of 8 that have experience, anything can happen there. I mean, for a while it looked like the 7 was looking good. Hey, Jorge, good luck today. Let's make it happen here. What I'm going to do is this. Okay, this next race looks fairly chalky too. It's a little more interesting than the others. What I'm going to do is this. I'm actually going to see. We could talk Kentucky Derby here. You know, I got the PPs, not the PPs, but I have the speed figures of the horses in the Kentucky Derby and the Oaks, all the qualifiers, right? And you know what we're looking at. And Further Ado is the only one with, I see his last race at Keeneland. He won the G1 there. He ran a -2, which is huge for a 3-year-old. And he also ran a -1 at Keeneland last October. So he looks really dangerous. And Renegade in his last race, the lower the number, the faster the race. Renegade, he's gotten faster every race. He ran a 1 last race, winning at Oaklawn by 4 for Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher. So 1, he hasn't run as fast as Litmus Test's fastest, but he keeps getting faster every race. He's out of Into Mischief. Now, here's one that really jumps out as a big one, is So Happy. He ran a 0. He has gotten faster every race. He has, out of 4 races, he has 3 victories and 1 third-place finish. He's won a G2. Now he won a G1 in the Santa Anita Derby. Mark Glatt, the big story there, 2 big stories there. You know that's going to get coverage like you wouldn't believe on Derby Day. So Happy. Very big sheet number, a 0. I think that's the second fastest sheet number in the Kentucky out of the Kentucky Derby contenders, with the exception of Further Ado with a -1 and a -2. So Happy ran a 0, but that one is going to get so much coverage in the Kentucky Derby, being that you got 2 big storylines. You have Mark Glatt, whose wife recently passed away from cancer, and now he has this horse in the Derby. And the other big story, of course, is Mike Smith looking to become the oldest jockey ever to win the Kentucky Derby at 60 years old. I think he's going to turn 60 by the Derby, if I'm not mistaken. He's 59 now, but either way, he'd be the oldest, because the previous was Shoemaker, and he was 54. Frog in my throat. Okay, let me heat up this coffee and get back. We'll bring up race 4 for a second here. No, race 3. And then it's a half hour until the Derby. Let me bring this up. Race 3, let's talk about it. You know my selections. I'm not moving off of them. I would have used 5, 1, 4. Those are the 3 I like in order. I'll talk more about them when I get back with hot coffee. And as far as the race goes, here's the plan. And you can see how the track lays out. They start basically from that. Is that a chute? They start further back. That's how they start a mile race at Churchill Downs. It's not a 2-turn mile. They start further back. You can see it on the right over here. And this is a claiming race for $30,000. And here's how it goes. It's for filly mares, 3-year-olds and up. So the 3-year-olds get spotted some points. 126, 3-year-olds 120, older 126. And another thing, non-winners of a race at a mile or over since March 25th allowed 2 points, 2 pounds. Now, 2, this one is the one that has, look, it ran some horrible numbers. The last 2 races, it was eased back at Aqueduct in March of 25 of last year, and in May of 3rd. You know, he broke out, he trailed, horrible, finished 53 lengths back. But if you look at his numbers before the last 2, when he was trained by Brad Cox, he ran in the Gazelle. He's 89, 91, 88. Can he return to that form? Well, they have Joe Sharp training him now, 21% trainer, and ridden by our Ortiz. He comes off a bullet work. Okay, and now this optional claim 80 was his last race. Once the stakes running horse, now suddenly he's in for the tag, and he only has 8 career starts, and he's getting the blinkers off when Joe makes this move. He's 24%. So in Irod Ortiz, he's up. That's my top choice, number 2. Now I'm going to slip down to number 3. Now he's going to have to go back to that form. Maybe this horse is finished, number 2. And let's see. We can really keep an eye on him today. See what the hell he can, maybe big time. He's 5 years old. He's only raced 8 times. His best days might be behind him. So the lady 2-1, and number 3, my second choice, Lady Orient, 19% trainer, Kinnan LaRose. Only sneaky trainer, only 21 races going back to the beginning of 2025. But he has very consistent horse here. Has raced here 3 times. He has two third-place finishes here. As far as consistent, he doesn't have the numbers that number 2 has, who back in his good days, he ran here 3 times. He has a first and a second. But he's a consistent one. 114K owner, has the brother Jose Ortiz. Third choice, Mint Driven. This is a shaky group. Does have some back numbers. I wouldn't even go anything past these 2. Kenny McPeak, maybe you want to go there, take your shot at the synthetic horse. I might go off the 4 and opt for 5. Yeah, that, Mint Driven, that's a reach there. So the thing about the number 5 St. Nancy's is this. I don't like how that horse is run on dirt. I don't like how it's run on dirt. It's a coin flip between those 2. The better trainer. Yeah, I'm going to go this way. I'm actually going to change my pickup here just for you, everyone here. Because it's only fair. I don't want to leave this up here like this. What did I say? 236? Yeah, 2. I'm sorry. Am I looking at the right race? Yeah, no, I'm not changing anything. Hang on. I'm not changing anything here. Thing about number 6 is 6 has some good numbers, thoroughgraph numbers, that can take this race for Andrew McKeever. And I'll leave it at that while I heat my coffee. And yeah. You see my selections down there? Yeah, I'm leaving it the same. 2, 3, 6. I think 2 or 3 wins, but if 2 is washed up, it can easily be 2, 6. And I keep an eye on the 5 a little bit, just because it has some speed. Okay. And remember, after this race, we're going to have the Kentucky Derby draw. Let me get my pick out there. How many minutes to post? 23 minutes to post? Okay, I'm undecided on my picks yet, what I'm going to do. This is a tricky race because we don't know if 2 is going to return to form. And 1 has some nice numbers, but it's a synthetic horse who really hasn't done anything on dirt. 0 for 3. Okay, we will be back in a bit. Okay, I'm going to heat the coffee, and we got plenty of time before the race. I want to thank everyone for being here today on Kentucky Derby Draw Day. And I want to say, Long Legs Diane, yeah, I'm looking at this too. An excellent point. It looks like he broke good, right? And then he took him off the pace. He really did. And that's showing some confidence in that horse. That looks like that's what happened. Excellent observation, Diane. 1, 2, 1 broke good, but he took him. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what it looked like now, looking back. But he broke it. But let's see how they do in this race. It's going to be another race on dirt. Let's see how the inside holds up. Does the one, because sometimes when there's something with the rail, they jump out good, and then all of a sudden they fall back. And that's you want to see them jump out and keep going if it's a speed horse. But we'll see. I'll be back in a bit. I was just about to step away to heat my coffee, and I see Rich Lane is in the house. Rich, good to see you, brother. Big day today. I'm going to be out here all day covering this. I'm covering the draw and all. So good luck today. Good to see you today. Good luck, man. Okay, and we're back. How many minutes to post? Race 3. Now, I'm starting to get a little concerned. I haven't looked at what the odds are yet. We can change this. I haven't looked at the odds yet. I'm getting a little leery about that 2 horse in this race. See, he's sitting on the board. What if this horse is just completely washed up? He doesn't have it anymore. But Joe Sharp, he's like a horse whisperer, you know. He can get him back. If this was a couple of years ago, this horse would win easy. He won't walk without breaking a sweat. Open 2-1, currently 9-5. What I do like here is this. I do like the 6, and he's on the board at 70-1, and 5 interested me a little. Does have some speed. Let me just bring up the pace chart here. Okay, what I'm using is Thorograph, and I'm using Thorograph and Brisnet today. Let me bring up Thorograph for this. Go back to the okay, so race 3. "12 minutes. Okay, thanks, Diane. Okay, we're still, that's like an eternity. I got this race figured out, but now I'm at the double checking phase. Here I'm not going to, make a fortune on this, but I think I might have something if the 2 is really finished. That's what this is based on. And I'm covered this. He might need a race. Come on. A horse hasn't raced in a year or something. Okay, let me bring this screen up. Okay, here's the pace charts by the Thorograph, and we could see the 2 and the 5 seem to be the speeds. Make this a little larger. The 5, St. Nancy, might be the early leader. I think this might set it up for Lady Orient. Jose has ridden this one before. Hasn't run at Churchill in a while. A Wild Acclaim. Let's go look at the actual numbers of these horses. That's where it's going to get interesting. Race 3. And after this race, it's going to be the Kentucky Derby draw, and I'll be with you here for that. Yeah, now, the lower the number, the faster the race. This is a horse was running. When he was running for Brad Cox, he was, running good races. Goes to the barn of Rick Dutro, who was an allowance optional claim. Was he claimed? Let me just check. Just went from Brad Cox to Rick Dutro, and he was horrible. It obviously wasn't a sound horse. Didn't run for a year, almost a year. And then he came back, and he was eased in one race, and he lost the other by 53 lengths. Now, is that horse finished? 12 minutes. James White. Nice call in race 2 on the 1. Thanks, James. Yeah, I thought that horse was, finished. Didn't look like he was running. Now, it's almost 2 years since he was running competitive numbers. I gotta think this trainer here Kinnonville Rose. I mean, this horse came back. He's only a 4-year-old Lady Orient. You know, this trainer LaRose, first race after the horse comes to his barn, he does win 19%. And he is going to have some pace. And she did win her last race. What class was she at? At this class. Comes off a bullet work here. It's a sneaky trainer. I think I like my chances on the 3 more than the 2, even though I have the 2 on top. So what I'm going to do is this. We'll jump in, first play of the day. I don't want to get beat by a horse that hasn't run since May of last year and ran horribly. The horse has to really turn it around. And I want to go down to the 6 for a second. Yeah, I want to go down to the 6 for a second. Andrew McKeever. He's 11% at Churchill Downs. But I think this horse will have some pace to get into it. He's a price now. Didn't run well at Churchill last time, finished 4th. He got stuck chasing between horses, and he got stuck running up between horses late. And that's going back. But he does have a number at Churchill Downs. He has an 11 that fits this. He's a 6-year-old. He's been running fairly regularly. I could see this one coming in 3rd. He's my 3rd pick. I like him better than the 5, unless the 5 just runs off and hide. But I like 3 better than both. So here's my play, and I'm going to put it in now. How many minutes to post? What are you going to say? 3 minutes? Okay, let's get it in. Let me get my bet in because I've done this before. Rushed when I was talking and ended up screwing up my thing. Okay, I'm going to go 3 over 2, 5. My whole thing here is getting the 6 in there. 2, 5, 6, 2, 5, 6. That's all. Nothing fancy. 3 over 2, 5, 6, 2, 5, 6. If the 2 beats me, it beats me. All right, bets in. 3 minutes to post. Now I'll put that pick up right here. Race 3, try. It'll be an interesting race because I think the 5 is going to give the 2 some fits up front. But, you know, Joe Sharp, he's going to have him, you know, by rod instructed on what to do. And I have this bet in. And we have the Kentucky Derby draw coming up. And I was looking, I have the Kentucky Derby numbers in front of me here at my fingertips for all the Oaks entries. And it includes all their sheet numbers leading up to the Derby, right? So it includes all their last races. And I'll tell you what, the horses with the 2 fastest sheet numbers out of all, the fastest one is Further Ado, who comes off a -2 race, which is fantastic for a 3-year-old. And the other one, the second fastest, believe it or not, is So Happy. Comes off a 0 at the Santa Anita Derby. But you know who the 3rd fastest is? And this really intrigues me. We don't know. It's a Japanese horse who comes off a 1. This might be a year that a Japanese horse wins this thing. I'm looking him up. Come on, where's his number? Wonder Dean. He comes off a 1 at 1 3/16 mile. Those are technically, on paper, the 3 fastest. So Happy is 0, and he's won 3 out of 4. I think that horse actually has a chance in the Derby. And Renegade's fastest number is a 2. And Commandment, his fastest number is a 4. I don't even think I'm going to use Commandment as a win option in the Derby. And he'll take money. That'll help some of my other ones. And the real tough race, the tougher race, is going to be the Oaks. And I think that's a spread race, more of a spread race than the Derby. You know, I'm almost semi-tempted to leave Renegade off. Seems like Rapoli's been cursed at the Derby. And not only that, there are others that are just about as fast. And you got others that are faster, the 3 I talked about there, Wonder Dean, So Happy, and Renegade. And there's other Japanese horses is very dangerous, 6-speed. You got to get the 2 Japans in there. And we got a story. We'll talk about this, Forever Young. Well, I'll talk about it now since they're not getting in yet. The word out on Forever Young now is this. You know, that his connections, they're looking at pointing him in either 2 directions, either the Jockey Club Gold Cup and then the Breeders' Cup Classic. Jockey Club Gold Cup, what's that? You know, the first day or second day of depending on when they do it, September or whatever, and then the Breeders' Cup. And the other option is past the Breeders' Cup at all, not defend his championship, send him over to, you know, keep him overseas and run in 2 gigantic turf races, put him on the turf. Hopefully they send him to the Jockey Club Gold Cup and he stays in America for the big races. So that's the news there with Forever Young. Tony Callow calling races? I never heard of him. Tony Callow. I'll have to look him up. I'll write him down. Tony Callow. Thanks for the heads up on that. Is he any good? Okay, well, to Churchill Downs, he must be halfway decent. Oh, they're getting in. Look at this. All right. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. And they're off. Let's see if 5 shows that speed. 3 showing a little more speed than usual and 2 laying back. Okay, I have no problem with 5 showing the speed. So far, I'm comfortable with this race. Let's see if 3 Barbarian, Barbertina, has anything left. And Lady Orient now at even money, and the 5 at 5-2 leading the way. I can't see it staying that way. Where's my 6? I didn't expect the 6 to be around, so I'm not panicked. Wait a second, he's running second. I love how this is shaping up. I love this. Jose Ortiz, now watch those jockeys. He's still standing. When you see them get down low on the horse, on the saddle, and start going with the hands, that's when that's when you know they're turning him loose. Jose has him measured. 2 is showing absolutely nothing. Let's see if Jose turns him loose. Okay, now he's going. Yeah, see, now he's going. Reeling him right in. Six, come on, 6. Hang on for 3rd. No, don't lose that spot. Get in there, man. Yes! We get the try. First hit of the day. Where's 2? Did he finish the race? What were the odds on the 6? 19-1. And we played 3 over 256, 256. Beautiful. All right, that's how to head into the freaking thing. Get our first hit of the day. My 6, my long one. All right. Now it's time for the Derby draw. Where was the 2? Did the 2 finish the race? I hope it's okay. He's walking around. All right. Yeah, that horse, it may be time to hang that horse up. Rich, boom, great call, coach. Hit, try, and exacta. Great job, Rich. All right. Thanks, Rich. Exacta paid 12. Oh, you see the prices already? They had the prices up? Okay, let's see. I guess they got to run it unofficial. It's not going to be much. There were only 6 horses and 3-5. I think 3-5 is not going to be 12. Is it that much? Maybe. Since the 2 didn't do anything. Yeah, you're right. Hey, D. Russ. Results 3-5-6. 3-5-6. Good luck today. Yeah, that's what they're showing here, on my screen, that it'll be $12, 12 and change, whatever. The 2 came in 4th. And now it is time for the Kentucky Derby draw. Let me get this volume up on the TV for this. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I won't be long. I just got to. All right. Let me lower that. I want to hear it, but I don't want it to interfere. See, I want to see what the ADW is showing. Basically, I made $14 on that race. I played the try for 50 cents. So, hey, what the heck? Not bad. Okay, 1 second. Just got to adjust something. All right, so the big news today here is Chip Honcho out. He was withdrawn. Steve Asmussen pointing him to the Preakness instead. And Bob Baffert gets in with litmus test. Looked like a very dangerous horse, ran some fast races, threw a clunker in his last one and wound up with only 35 points. Who would have known that 35 points would get you in the Derby this year? It did. And I think there's going to be 3 or 4 AEs, but we'll have to see about that. I want to check something. Something maybe came in here, some news. If I hear news about horse racing, my connections might inform me about something that I could pass on to you. What are they doing here? I thought this was the Derby show. Why are they showing other horses here? I guess they're showing a Gulfstream race and they're going to come back to that. What other news is going on? Of course, yeah. That one horse does have a shot here. Thanks for the update, Diane. Yeah, I got that. Hot Rod horse player. Hey, Hot Rod horse player. Great picture there you got. I love Puma for Derby and Always a Runner for the Prom Queen. Always a Runner is very, very dangerous. I agree with you by the numbers. I got the numbers over here. I don't have them on the screen, but I can bring them up. And Puma, extremely dangerous. Tremendous runs. Definitely live. Okay, let's see. Good luck today, Hot Rod horse player. We got this. Ola. Hey, Jorge. Caro. Let's get it done today. It's going to be very interesting about the draw. Let me bring up some of those Kentucky Derby and Oaks entrants, the Thurgraph numbers on some of these horses, since that's what's going on right now. And it definitely makes sense. We could talk a little bit about these horses. All right, let me get this screened up. Let's see, and Hot Rod horse player. Let's bring this stuff up here. And it looks like, we're on the same page here, Hot Rod Runner. Okay, let's bring this up. Let me bring up Thurgraph on Prom Queen. Okay, let me see Prom. Now, I want to bring this up first, since I think this is really interesting. Look at the numbers here on Wonder Dean, a Japanese horse. He won at Dubai. He put up a 1 at 3 16ths, 1 and 3 16ths. Let me take you off the screen. That's a big number here. That's actually the third fastest number in this field. In Thurgraph, the lower the number, the faster the race. And Always a Runner. Let's bring that one up. What's with the draft? They're not going to do I was talking about Always a Runner this morning with a couple of my friends, and they both like that horse too. I think an overrated one is Bella Ballerina. A pair of 5s, yeah, but there's others faster. Counting Stars looks very dangerous for Mark Cassie. Coming up 6 and a 4 in the last 2. Prom Queen, very dangerous. 4 and 5 and 10, 4. Yeah. Look at Prom Queen. Prom Queen. Prom Queen. How can you argue with a 4 and a 5? Yeah, 10-5-4. Exactly. Prom Queen, 10-5-4. Let me bring it up so you can see that 10 there, but definitely moving in the right direction. So we'll go to more of these if you have any questions about any of these horses. And Bella has paired 5s. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. She can certainly jump forward. I don't think she wants the distance and the running style. I don't see you taking this field all the way. I don't plan on playing that one either. She's headstrong. I don't see her stalking. I got to see more of the pace figures leading up to this before I really jump on them. But I'm going by what I have. Five, 1, 4 nailed in the pick 3. They are starting soon, Al. Is drawing on TV? Yes, it's on FanDuel TV, Rich. FanDuel TV. So I'll be here for that. I'm pumped up. I'm almost more pumped up about that than the races today. I actually am. But these are good races. My big pick, the one horse that I think can steal a race is in the 10th race. Jason Samuel, draw coming up. Where is it? Then why are they showing this crap on TV for? They're showing Aqueduct? Are they showing it on TV anywhere? I have the channel. It says it's on. Oh, okay. I got it. They're not showing it on the TV. I got to put it on here. Hang on. I got to lower the volume here. They cut away from the draw on TV, but they're showing it on the ADW. Let me get it up. No sound. What is this? I don't believe this. There is no sound for the draw. Why is that? Let me put on FanDuel. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe they don't have the rights to show it. All right. We'll keep my eye on it, but let's see if I can be FanDuel. All right, let me try this. No. All right, bear with me, folks. I'm on it. Gotta log in. Have I lost my always a runner? This is totally screwed up, folks. Oh, they have now. I can put it on TV. There. Counting Stars gets a great position, number 4. That horse is going to be dangerous. Zany is a very nice horse. I don't know if the inside, that's another one with good numbers. All right, let me get back to the show here. That's a nice post position for always a runner. Hey, Gregory, winner in the last at Churchill finishing order was 356. 356. Good luck today. Oh shit! I see what was wrong. Okay.
Tracy Farmer's home vet, search party number 3, will be ridden by Kristen Torres, who will also pilot Silent Tactic. For Trader Mark Cassie in the Derby, Farmer and Cassie have been on the run with fillies lately. They campaigned Grade 1 winner for Carr recently for 3 weeks.
Number 1, Explorer, off the track. Number 1, Explorer, despite never finishing worse than second in 7 starts.
Explorer. I think Explorer. I don't know if the one post is going to give this one trouble. That's a very dangerous horse, Explorer. So hopefully they have Gregory. Hopefully they have the PPs available tonight for the at least for the Brisnet or Sunday tomorrow, since they do the draw today. And the odds, I don't know when they give out the odds on these horses. So it'll be interesting.
Search party, Christian Torres. Tracy Farmer's home red search party number 3 will be ridden by Christian Torres, who will also pilot Silent Tactic. For Trader Mark Cassie in the Derby, Farmer and Cassie have been on a run with fillies lately. They campaigned Grade 1 winner for Carr recently. Number 3, search party. Number 6, Mine Miss Mo, Micah Husbands. Number 6 is Mine Miss Mo. One of the likely pace setters in this year's
Minus draw. This is going to be a very tough race, and you know what?
And is now making for a third career start of the year. Micah Husbands will ride the star of Mocha Mo for the first time. Number 6, Number 10, Janice Prom Queen, Javier Castellano.
Prom Queen.
Prom Queen, trained by Brad Cox, who spent the winter in Florida and made his presence known. Thanks in part to Prom Queen, who has quickly blossomed into one of the leading fillies in this year's post. Prom Queen is a homebred
This is going to be the Philly race is going to be fascinating. The Oaks is going to be great. I think there's going to be some very big payouts in the Oaks Derby double this year. Even if you spread, you could get almost 100 to 1 if you hit the double with some of these horses. Mike Smith.
Bottle of Rouge, the backwards railing will certainly be toasting should Bottle of Rouge win this year's Kentucky Oaks. By Vino Rosso, hence the name. Bottle of Rouge was a runaway winner of the Virginia Oaks last time out and is undefeated this year. Mike Smith, who won the Del Mar debutante with her, is back for the Oaks. Number 8 is Bottle of Rouge. Number 12. Bella Ballerina, Tyler Gaffalione.
Bella Ballerina gets. All right, you know what? I'm going to put the sound on over here because this is delayed. All right, let me get it up over here. See what the heck's going on. Brooklyn Blonde, Prom Queen. Explorer, I guess the one position might not be where they want to be. Is it as bad in the Oaks as it is in the Derby? I don't know. Is it the same, disadvantage? I'm not sure who's riding them, Gregory Explorer. Hey, what do you think? Do you think the one position is as big a deal, a negative in the Oaks as it is in the Derby? Oaks is going to be fantastic, Diane. I agree. This Oaks is going to be nuts, and I don't think I'm curious who's going to be favored here. The Derby draw. Diane, you have to be lucky if playing the Oaks and Derby Daily Double. I'm going to spread in both legs, and that's the time to do it. I think the two Japanese horses are dangerous in the Derby. I got to use them both. They're both going to be prices. Maybe that Bourbon horse would probably be a little shorter. And when did they announce the odds on these? On these entries? Did they announce it tonight or afterwards? Wonder if Friday's card includes 10-cent supers? Probably not. I saw Keenan, they have a 50-cent minimum now, Gregory. I was floored. All right, get ready, folks. Who gets now post position number one? Let's see what happens here. All right.
Also eligibles 21 Great White, AE 22 Ocelli, 23 Robusta, and 24 Corona de Oro. So 4 also eligible scratch time on Friday.
All right. Let's see where these horses pop up. All righty. Let's see. Oh, the Japanese gets number 7. It's a beautiful post. Dan and Bourbon, big win threat, undefeated. That's 7. He got a good post. Got a great post. 5 post 5 has won the most Kentucky Derbies. Oh, Mike Rapoli gets hosed. Renegade and Pletcher and Rapoli, the favorite. Unbelievable. Well, you know, that's one horse you could throw out. This guy is snake big. Forte, scratch the day of the Derby, the day before the Derby. Fierceness. Whoa. Okay, at least that's out of the way. Can they break the... Could you kiss him goodbye? I didn't like full effort anyway. I got his text. Commandment. I don't like Commandment to do anything in this. He got a nice post though. Okay. Bob Baffert Potente. That's a nice horse. Rapoli, Zujani, and owns the Kings. This is, can Renegade win from post 1? I'm not saying it's impossible. I can't think they'd be happy with that post. Not the end of the world. I think that's a decent post for this horse emerging market, number 15, because he's not a front runner, so he's not going to get tangled up inside. And if he draws too far inside, he'd have to work his way out and probably swing wide. So from 15, I think emerging market is the type of horse that can use that to his advantage. Same thing, you know, that's not a terrible post for 12. The only horse that I liked, and one of the ones I'm rooting for, now I find it hard. I may be making Renegade a throw out of this race. Yeah, you see it too, right, Greg? That's a great post for this horse. Just like, what's his name? Okay. I don't see Silent Tactic doing anything in that race. He's a toss. Doesn't matter where he is. Oh, nice post for litmus test. Bob Baffert gets in today, and he gets a beautiful post. That horse shouldn't even be in there, right to party. There's like 100 horses better than that one. Draws a beautiful post. What a waste of a post. Second in the Wood Memorial. So many horses blew that race. Napoleon Solo. Let's see these. Japanese horse. I don't think a horse ever won from post number 17. Yeah, great horse. Well, excellent horse. I remember he won the Belmont. He showed some speed early, but I didn't think he was going to win. I was surprised he won the Belmont, but yeah, he got the one hole. Chief Wallaby adds blinkers. No horse ever won from post 17. That's interesting. I got to check Bill Mott adding blinkers. I got further ado. He has the fastest thoroughgraph numbers out of any of them, and I can't think that they're going to be happy with that post. He might be. He's another one that might benefit from the outside post. I don't know. It's not a killer to kiss of death for him. Didn't Sovereignty win from post 18? Diane, I used him in Derby that year. He got blocked if you watch the replay. Yeah, I remember he had trouble there. And that's the thing with post one. You're prone to trouble. The Puma, post 9. Great post for the Puma. He's live. Great post for Mike Smith. So happy, post 8. I can't believe Renegade post 1. 10, one of the other Japanese horse, they both got great posts. That one has thrown a 1 thoroughgraph up last race. I'm pumped. This is more exciting than the races today. Three Intrepido, nice horse, but I'm not going to use him. No way. Oaks this is going to be a huge Oaks Derby, Diane. I agree. It can easily pay. It can pay 200. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to spread in both races, but not now. I'm not going to be using Renegade. Now he's a toss for me. Gregory. Okay, last 10 at Derbs. Number 19, Golden Tempo. Nice horse, but he's not with. There's so many others in here that are better than him, and he's got whipped by a few of these in here already. Big time closer. The only thing about him getting 19 might help. Maybe he can avoid trouble early, and he doesn't have to swing wide. 6 Pavlovian, no interest. I like Mage. It's another horse, Malibus. I have no use for him. I haven't followed it. I've been following him all year long, and including last year, Long Legs Diane. And an undefeated top 2-year-old of champion 2-year-old of 2025 was Ted Nafi, undefeated, and he's the big name not even in there. Incredible came off a nice race last race. Wow. Oh, we got 27 minutes to post here. All right. The party's over. All righty. Let me bring something up here.
Stays handy and outrunning its Warsicle from last behind Perfecta. Shifty in front, they come inside the corner by a length to Zoli, to the Luz de la Luna, and on the outside, Warsicle coming on the extreme outside as they come for the stretch, and Shifty scales the rail in front by 3 lengths. Zoli laboring a bit, trying to come back after Shifty as they come inside the third one.
Yeah, I want to see if there's anywhere that I can see all these horses, officially, because sometimes it's hard. I don't remember all of them exactly. Drawer is complete. Drawer is complete. Yeah, I have Rapoli, Rich. I'm not sure what to make of this, what they have to say about it. Yeah, I guess they'll post it later, and I guess they'll post the odds later. Anyone know what time they're going to post these odds? No one has won the Derby from post 1 since 1986. Yeah, they're saying it right here. He has Uncle Mo scratched as the favorite. He has Uncle Mo scratched for Rapoli. Uncle Mo scratched as the favorite. Forte scratched as the favorite. Fierceness runs a crap race from post 17 or something, and now he gets post 1 in this race. And who's the horse that got post 17 in this one? I got to see it. I don't remember. No horses ever won from post 17. How many minutes to post? It's time to get back to this. 24 minutes to post. I'm going to heat the coffee, take a little break, and we'll take a look for a second at the upcoming race. You bring this up. And we still have 7 races to go here. And I come off a try last race. So, hey, game on. We're on the board, 1 for 1 on my plays. Let's talk about a little bit about this race before I head out of here for a few minutes. Okay. Let's talk about it. And I want to thank everyone for joining us here today. It's been an absolute blast. Opening day, Churchill Downs. Excuse me. You see my pick scrolling down below. 5-1-4. It looks pretty straightforward to me. I looked at these. This really didn't look like a moneymaker. Now let's talk about it. 6 furlongs, cheap as you get, very inconsistent claimers. When you see 12.5K at Churchill Downs, that's like one of the real tiny tracks that even have those 3K claimers. 12.5, that's what that's like at a place like this. So it's a 6 furlong race. We got a sprint. It's on dirt. We do have 2 turf races scheduled for today down the road, and they look pretty good. In the 10th race, I like a 5 horse that's 6-1 best over a Irad Ortiz horse, number 3, who is, I think, less than 2-1. And I also like a 6 horse who is longer as well, who's just as fast as the 3. But in the 10th race, I like 5. And that's one that looks like it could make the pick 4, which I'm going to jump in on the late pick 4 to look to get that done. Okay, 6 furlongs, 12.5K claimers for 4-year-olds and up, weight 123 pounds, non-winners of 2 races since February 25th allowed 3 pounds, a race since then allowed 5. Okay, claiming price 12.5K. Okay, I will be back, and I bet one of my guys is on the phone. I'm going to step away, take this call. Odds are posted on Churchill feed now. Okay. Thanks, Diane, for the heads up. Okay, we're back. Back to business, folks. 9 minutes to post. Look at this. Number 3 is a white horse. I don't have him at all. Okay, 7 races to go in this exciting afternoon of racing. Exciting afternoon of racing. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Get settled back in. This looks like a pretty straightforward race. Another one that's not a moneymaker. I wouldn't put any serious money on this race. 5, we've talked about this. Let's get the odds here on this. Okay, Tony Callow calls races at Gulfstream, if you didn't know. Oh, he does? Okay. Hey, Emily, how's it going? Good luck today. Woodbine. I don't know what's going on Woodbine, but if anyone has anything for Emily Chacon, by all means, pass it along. Good luck today, Emily. Thanks for saying hi and joining us. And Diane, not sure. Number 8 hasn't raced out of Kentucky, but with Adam Bisset, he's not sure about only horse I like for a price. Okay, let's see, number 8. Adam Bisset. Yeah, you're getting a price on that one. And let's take a look at that number 8 while we're at it here. Let me get this off the screen. It's throwing me off. We got the coffee here going. Back to racing. Race number 4. Let's talk about the pace of the race to get things started. Okay. We'll look at the pace scenario for this race. Okay. Looks like Upturned Brim, Lord Majesty. I like Lord Majesty here. Now, number 4 is quick early. Hocus has a little bit of speed. Has raced here. The one inside horse, very quick early last time. Now, that is a Mahoning specialist. That's the only thing I don't like about the 1. Let's look at the odds here on these horses. 1 is 5-2, 5, Lord Majesty 8-5. They see it the same way as me. Upturned Brim 4, 7-2. All the others really don't look like much. Number 3, B here, the white horse. B here. You don't know what this one is going to do. It's been running on the synthetic at Turfway Park. It's been running on turf. So what I want to do is jump down and take a look at number 8 as we go down here. Race 4. Lower the number, the faster the race. And I'll get a benchmark just by seeing the numbers. It's run at Churchill. The numbers did run a very big race at Keeneland. Now, this is a 9-year-old, Hocus. Bashezi, only 4%. He's only won 4 wins out of 112 starts at Churchill. Michael Thompson, the trainer, he only has 5 wins and 93 tries at this track. It's coming off a 16 at Churchill. Slower the number, the faster the race. And let's go to 5. 5 is coming off a pair of 8s. I mean, it's a different animal. We'll go to my second choice, number 1. This one has run some 11s. I could see 5 being maybe even money by the time the race closes. Now, no, the 4 did run a big race at Fairgrounds in the beginning of January, but hasn't run as quick. They put him on the turf, the new trainer. A nice horse. I want to go down. That's the 4. I think the 5 is going to be less than even money. Yeah, the 8 is not going to. 8 shouldn't be around in this race. Curtis. Big Mouth gets the 1 hole. That's. What are the odds? If anyone has the odds on any of these horses, let me go to the Churchill website since, I want to be able to, Churchill down websites. Let's see. Talk about these odds. How much time before post? 4 minutes. Here's my play. I think 5 is a gift at this price. I think. Let me just look ahead to the 5th. Let me just look. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'll do a small double. Okay, let's just have some little fun here. Let me just look at the price. Yeah, let's do this. The 5's dropping. Let's do it. Let's see. Let me just see what the doubles are paying. Yeah, let's see. Race 4. No bet for me. That's my call. That's the best I can make it. I can't go with the Mahoney. I'm not going to go with the Mahoney horse in this race. Although I think he has a race that can win, but the other horses have run at better competition. They're still walking around. No bet for me. I'm passing. Okay. I think 5's the winner. I think he might even go below even money. Currently it's 7-5. 5-4 straight will pay. Both $6-1 odds. You can see you're looking at a 14 exacta, either 5-1 or 5-4. In the will pays, in the pick 3, yeah, 5 is paying a little less. They're both terrible prices here. Now I hear the 8 is a late scratch, huh? That's what's going on. Okay, now they're heading towards the gate, and I want to see you guys see a comment here. Oaks Derby listed 4-1. One listed at 4-1. Oh, are you talking Kentucky Derby for Renegade, Diane? Curtis, exacted tri-key 5-1-3-4-8. Okay, now the 8's out, you'll get it back. One listed 4-1. Oaks number 3 is listed at 4-1. Thanks for the update here. Okay, so Renegade is still taking opens at 4-1. Well, you got Irod there. If maybe he can maneuver the 1 position. I'm still not. I don't know what to think about that. I'm going to have to look at the pace charts for these horses when the PPs come out to get reacquainted with them. I'm just going strictly by the thoroughgraph numbers that I have in advance for the Derby and the Oaks. And that's going to come out. Oaks 3 listed 4-1. Okay, I'm not sure who number 3 is in the Oaks. Okay, they're off. Let's see what happens. I said a 5-4 straight. I have no bet. We knew 1 was going to show speed, the Mahoning Valley horse, and 4 doesn't show any speed at all. Maybe they had him rate because they figured those 2 were going to go. Yeah, it's going to be 5-4 straight. Yeah, look, he hasn't even moved on him yet. Look, 5 still sitting high in the saddle. When he gets down low, now the thing is, does the 4 catch the 5? No, no way. Maybe. Now he goes to the whip. All right, no bet. I would have had it. Race 4 in the books. If I would have bet on every race, I'd have hit them all. I've only bet 1 race and did get the try, and the one I bet, I passed on the others. But the better races are ahead. And I think the 6th race is going to be a doozy. I think the 6th, I'm going to start planning ahead for the late pick 4 because that's going to be my play today. I know in the 10th race, I got to go 3 deep, 3, 5, 6. So I'm going to start building that late pick 4 now while we have a chance. Unless I single it to the damn 5, put my money where my mouth is, right? I like this 5 horse. Just looking at the pace situation in race 10, because that's going to be my main play today. Have a little fun today. 7 Wonders. Now that's a 1 1/8 miles. Yeah, I got to go 3 deep in the 10th. 3, 5, 6. Two, 6 in the 9th. I'm building a late pick 4, folks. We got plenty of time here. And Diane, they did move gate away from rail some time back. Okay, that's okay. Thanks for the heads up on that, Diane. That's a big difference that makes. Okay. Now what I want to see is this. I want to look at the 8th for a second. Constructing a late pick 4 here. I'm looking for setting something up that'll make us money here. So bear with me for a minute or so. I'm here. I just want to see. Okay. Now I got to look at race 8. Race 8 is the key race here. All right. I think we're just about good here. Okay. I think we're just about good here. Oh, wow. Diane paid 34 for 2. That 3 snuck in there. That's. Thanks for the heads up. When Darnock ran, I think he was in close on the rail at the start, shuffled back, which hurt. Yeah. He got off to a good start. Okay. Now I want to look at race 7 here. Otherwise, I think I know my pick 4 ticket for the late pick 4, and I'm going to post it up there myself so you can see it in the comments area, not just here. I think 3 is going to be real tough to beat in the 7th. And 3 is an 8-1. No, I have 7. I think is going to be tough to beat. Brittany Van Berg and Tyler Gaffleone. Okay. 7, good, better, best. Okay. 3 has speed, and 3 does get Danny Sheehy. and 4, Classy Connected. Ugh, that's a turf race. Okay, let me bring this up. I'm liking it already. Race 7. What if I go 4 deep in that race? Am I seeing this correctly? Yeah, 7 gets back on the turf. Had been running on the synthetic, but the turf numbers are solid. Did the running at Gulfstream. I'm talking about the 7th race. I got 8, 9, and 10 in the books. I want to go down to 4. Oh, brother. This is a claiming 40K. 1 is very consistent. I know I got to use the 3, so I'll write the 3 down. That's an 8-to-1 shot. The thing is, can the 3 get the distance? But he should get a jump on these for Danny Walsh. The jockey really doesn't know this track. 3 wins and 30 tries. That's 10%. 237 ROI. The horse hasn't won in a long time. Minutes to post. $20 minutes to post yet. Yeah, we got forever here. Classy and Connected. Yeah, the 4 is dangerous. I know I got to use 3 and 4. The one who's sneaky fast is 7, White Lilacs. On turf, this is a competitive horse. Felipe Salas, trainer. He runs at Turfway Park, Delaware, Monmouth. $20-1. Let me look at 9, Diamond Dozens. Solid trainer. Seventh is a tough one. Six is the dirt horse, Larry Ravelli. Oh, brother. Wait, am I even on the right race? No, I was going to say. 7. I got to use 7. 3, 4, 7. I think that should get it done. Yeah, the 4 is the interesting long shot in that race. It's a 7-year-old, better days behind. I want to look at 1 and 2, horses 1 and 2. Minutes to post, and 2 is scratched, so I don't have to worry about that one. I'm not crazy about diamond dozens. I think my other ones get it done. Can't pick them all, but I just want to look at the 1 horse. I'm actually going to enter this pick 4 right now, get it out of the way, so I can concentrate on 100% here. I am concentrating, but this horse is this is a 40K race. The 1 is jumping up from a 16K race. I can't advocate that at all. I just want to check the pace for race 7, and then I'll be 100% on this race. Scout's Honor. You're going to thank me for this if you put this pick in. I don't know what it's going to pay. It's going to be chalky like this. Well, I do like the 7 horse, the 5 horse in the 10th race, which is 6 to 1. I don't like Missy B. No way. Okay, let's put it in. Are we making out today? Hey, Chicken Hawk, how's it going? I only bet on 1 race. My picks have been good, very good here, in fact. I think they've all been correct. But anyway, I did hit 1 trifecta. I have passed on the other races. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a pick 4 right now, and races 7 to 10, late pick 4. I'll give you a picks here, and I'm going to put it in. And this is going to cost 3 times 3 is 9 times 3 times 3 is 9 times 3 is 27. 2 is 54. Do I want to go this deep? I'm going to have to fine tune this. I think I get it done. See, Chicken Hawk, I just found your channel. I haven't bet yet. Do you do this every Saturday? No, I used to. Now I do more pre-recorded stuff, and I will be doing them more than I have been recently. I definitely am going to be doing it next Saturday for the Kentucky Derby, and probably Friday for the Kentucky Oaks. I'm going to have some shows with guests doing the handicapping with me, as I do usually before all the big races and Triple Crown races. So yeah, I'll probably be doing this a couple times a week, 2-3 times a week. So there we go. Good luck today, Chicken Hawk. Let's see. So I got to go back. I got to try and narrow this down. Okay. Okay. Who else? Race 5, 3 change trainers from Aqueduct owner and trainer if you look close. All right. Let's take a look at this. Talk about race number 5. Look, they're interviewing Bill Mott now on the what do they say? I don't want to go. I don't want to, go possibly 54 on this. Who don't I like? Let me go to the 8th race. I think I found one that I wasn't turned on by. Okay, I'm dropping the 10 out of this leg. And I got to fine tune the 7th race. We have right now race 5. Okay, I go look at this. One, Wisconsin, yeah, the whiskey in Kentucky. It's cute. Bobby DeBono and Louis Saez. $11 minutes to post. What I want to do is this. I'm going to hold off. I'm not going to put a bet in now. What I'm going to do is hold off. I know who I like 8, 9, 10 for my pick 4. So I'm going to write a late pick 4. So far, undecided on 7th. It looks like this. So this way you know where I'm at. Anyone have any opinions about that 7th race? So far, I know I like 2, 3 in the 8th, 2, 6 in the 9th, and 3, 5, 6 in the 10th. Those 3. I actually like 5 best. I could really try and tee it up on that 5. I'm just curious what kind of odds I'll get on the 5. Al, check pick 3 payouts for this race. Okay, Diane, we'll do. Let's see what we got here. Pick 3. $2.57 for 50 cents. $2.50. Oh, you can play 50-cent pick 3s here? Holy shit. I may just tee it up here on pick 3. I thought it's $1. Okay, 50-cent pick 3, 257 for number 1, 350 for number 3. Actually, for number 2, 440. Number 6, 680 for the. What the hell are they giving us? They have different numbers for the 3 and 8. Either way, it looks like the 1 is the cheapest price here. I don't know if I'm going to buy the 1 on this race. All right. And this, once we get to this, past this race, we're almost to the halfway point on the card. That's from the scratch last race. Okay, of that 8. That sucks because now they got to split it, right? Yeah, I'm looking at that number 3 horse now again. Exploration. The thing is this, I think we got some speed here between Bridge Classic with Stuckey and Tiger's Legacy. I think that opens it up for the 3. So let's have a little fun with this. Let's do one of these pick 3s, okay? 6 minutes to post. Put my top one on top. I'm not going to buy into this Stuckey name. I know it's a nice horse, but I got to go 3 here in this. Let me just double check why I'm going 3 again. Okay, he's a closer. You got Rick Dutro and Irad Ortiz. Those 2 guys work very well together. Rick Dutro, remember, he was a Kentucky Derby trainer of the Great Big Brown. And I went to and then he won the Preakness as well. And I went there for the Belmont Stakes, and I was freaking really pissed off when he lost that race. Yeah, I think he pulled up and came in last or something. I don't know. But, number 3 comes. Number 1 ran a giant last race. Best race of his career as a 5-year-old. No. 3. I see 3 winning this race. How many minutes to post? This looks like a gift right now with these prices. Okay, I'm not even going to mess around. Pick 3. Let's talk about it. Pick 3. This one I go. Get the bet in now. 3. I'm getting 2-1 on him now. He's not going to stay 2-1. He might wind up being favored. Watch. Race 2. Two 7-11. I wanted the 2-7-11. And race 7. I just want to check Tiger's Legacy on this. I'm a little concerned. That one has a little bit of speed. Let's have some fun with this. Oh, I got to use the 8. 8 looks dangerous. He has some big numbers. He gets back on dirt. He can win this. All right, 2 minutes to post. Let me just check this. Okay, pick 3 is in. Okay, here's my play. Pick 3, 2 minutes to post. Here's my play. Race 5. Be my second bet of the day. Pick 3. Three, 6. 2, 7, 11. 3, 4, 7. Three, 6, 2, 7, 11. Okay, I'm moving off the 1 there. I think it's a bounce candidate. I know it put up the big number. Watch out for 6. He's much better on dirt. So this is my bet. It's in. I'm not passing. So just a pick 3 to get the ball rolling. So basically, I have both Ortiz brothers, so this should be a lock, right? Don't let this be the race where they both go in the tank. Who is on number 1? Luis Saez. He's no slouch. He's the favorite now. He out of a good sire, Nyquist. He ran his best race last race. Okay? Best race of his career. Is he going to double up and do it twice in a row? What do you think? Excuse me. Almost time to switch from coffee to the green tea. I'm not going to fill the cup again. I got about a little bit left. There you see my pick 3 selection here. Race 5, pick 3, 3, 6, 2, 7, 11, 3, 4, 7. So I guess I'm rooting for the 6. I think it's the 3. At first, I was going to single the 3. The Dutro and Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz combo, I think are extremely dangerous. But 1 has the name Wistucky, Kentucky whiskey, right? Hey, cute, so everyone's on the name, I think. I think the 3, by the time they break post, watch the 3, who's 2-1, be lower than the 8-5-1. And Tiger's Legacy, very big back numbers, tough to watch. Sometimes Jose plays his brother's wingman or Irad Ortiz. Now, the 1 horse really continues to drop. Let's go. Let's see. Let's buck the odds. And they're off. May the best horse win. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. Ice water in the veins. And they're running down. Okay, let's see. Here comes 1. Where's 3? No worries. We knew 3 was going to be in the back. 4 at a big price. Jose is boxing him in, man. The 1 is trying to re-engage. The 4 looks good. He has speed. 1 is coming back. Irad going to the whip, but here comes 3 out of the clouds. 1's going to win this race. Yeah, could have singled it. All right, got the first leg done. All right, we got a 2-1 home. I thought the 6 was going to do it, and the 1 So I had basically the exact straight on my picks down below. But the key here was getting the first one home. Hirat Ortiz. The best thing I could say about this is, oh, geez, 3 like tired out the 1. Wasn't even close. What was it, a length? Not even. 5 came up late, 18-1. All right. Get the first leg in the books. It wasn't the favorite. If I had money, I would have used 3 with all for the pick. Yeah. And you know what, Diane? That the next 2 races really are the toughest races on the card. So I agree 100%. You see, if you look at my notes that I'm working off here, I wrote them down. I handicapped everything and put together a sheet with my picks for all the races. And if you see here, the 6th and the 7th, you see these are really 2 of the only races where I'm like spread across with going like 4 deep. So those next 2 are really the toughest races on the card. And now, so we still have time to think about the pick 4. Now that that's out of the way, and that pick 3 cost me $9, by the way. Yeah, it adds up after every one. 315. Thanks for passing that along, Diane. Right on it. Finger on the pulse, Diane. Oh yeah. Hello, people. Hey, Kool-Aid. Okay. Good call, Al. Thanks, Curtis. Let's get it done here. Halfway home. Plenty of racing left. All right. Race 1, race 5 in the books. How many minutes to post? And let's see what we got here. See, I'm going to step away just for a bit. Take a breather here. Do they have the prices yet? 3-1. That couldn't have paid much, right? Maybe it paid $8. I don't know. I had with my selection scrolling down below. We had that straight. The exacta 2-1, 3-1 for $2, $19. The 5 is the one that made it tough. Tiger's Legacy fell apart. James White, another victory race. Yes, I only bet 2 races today so far. There's no money out there, and so I started a pick 3 here. I'm thinking about a pick 4. You looking at anything here? 3 with 12 and 8, 36. 36 times 8. What is that? 288. That's you get that in there, Diane, for $144. That's for 50 cents. You got this. All right. Good luck, Kevin. I want to say hi to everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Got the start of the pick 3 rolling, and let's see how many minutes to post. 26 minutes to post. I'm actually going to make some tea now. I think I've had it with the coffee. And so we'll be back for the next race. And hey, let me bring that race up now. Little bit about race 6. This is another one of these races, cheap races, so be careful. 6 furlong maiden claim. Yeah, these are the tough ones. These are the ones that screw you. They're very cheap, unpredictable horses. A maiden claim 12.5, only a 35K purse. Fillies and mares 3 and up. The other, if you're 3, 118 pounds, older, carry an extra 7 pounds, and that makes a difference because it's gravity's involved. Extra 7 pounds, you're gonna be weighed down a little bit, especially running, 6 furlongs, however long that is. That's a pretty long way. And I really noticed this when I didn't have when I'm driving on the highway, and it says next exit, say in a mile, and you drive that mile, and you're driving a while. It's pretty far, and it's not like boom, you're there. Like the horses, like you know much. They're covering a lot of ground. Watch the next time you drive on the highway. It says exit in a mile. See how long it takes to come up. They're covering a long way, and especially when you think with the ones that run over a mile, mile and an eighth, mile and a half. So yeah. So the point was the gravity. They're carrying this extra weight. It does make a difference, and they charge money for this weight. If you want to get a weight break, sometimes you could buy a few pounds, and they buy them. All right, I'll be back in a bit. All right. And we are back. All right, we switched from coffee to Bigelow green tea. Okay, 3,000. Okay, let's see. Oops, the tea bag fell in there. Not the tea bag, but milk. All right. Now, the big thing here is this. I'm thinking about a late pick 4. Okay, so we got Jeep horses here. Big news, some big news here as far as the Kentucky Derby goes. Very exciting. Mike Rapoli and Renegade, they drew up post position 1 in the Derby. And Chip Honcho out, and Bob Baffert, and Litmus Test in. And Litmus Test got a very nice draw. Favorable. Okay, in race 6, I have 2, 7, 11. And lo and behold, there are 3 favorites. What I want to see is who's taking money in the 7th in the double, because that starts to pick 3. And I already know what I'm going to do in the 10th race. I think I'm going to leave out the 6. I said originally 5, 3, 6. We got a few minutes to talk about this because I'm trying to set up a pick 4 here late. Right, so I want to scope the 6 horse in the 10th. Fort Thomas. Okay, big time closer. Axel Concepcion. At the distance, he's won once out of 9 times. He's ranked 4th in the power rankings. At Churchill, he's won 6 times. He has a first, 2 seconds, and a third. And he opens 8-1. Is that the race that I really want to cut corners? Let's go to the 3. I know I want the 7. No, not the 7, the 5. Rosario. He's ranked 7th, so that's what he's opening 6-1, but this one can get it done. He did get beat last time, but that was on an off track. It went off the turf. So I'm discounting that. One time here and he finished 2nd with an 89 Brisnet. We just go to 3 without. I can't cut the 3 out. Are you crazy? Peter Urton. Okay, 18%. Trainer to 6. George Arnold 2nd. If I get beat, I get beat that way. Let me look at the Thorograph sheets. Go down to race 10. Let me look at the 6. Oh, I can't cut him out. He never wins, but he gets stuck wide all the time. That's the horse that would pay something. Five has been racing. He's so spread out. He's a 7-year-old. Jockey and trainer Rosario with Peter Urton. They're 26% together. 1 second. Graham Motion 3. I just want to look at the pace of this. 1 1/8 miles. He's a specialist at this distance. He's going to be a mile back. Seven Wonders, he's shortening up. Okay, we got time to think about that. All right, let's see what the odds are in this race. I got time to think about that. Further thought when it comes up. 9 minutes to post here. Let's talk about these horses. I landed on 2, 7, 11. Used them all in the pick 3. Let's talk about them. Okay, race number 7. As far as the pace goes, this is a mile on turf. 3 should be out there winging it. I mean, this is the rabbit of the race. I mean, should get the race to itself. It has some fast sprint numbers, sheet numbers. And okay, I'm talking about 3 Jitterbug. I'm torn between 3 and 4, but I'm going to go to the 7 first. Good, Better, Best, ridden by Tyler Gaffleon. But the pace, Good, Better, Best, that one has some pace too. It'll probably be out there along with the 3. That's the thing. Between 3 and 7, do they tire each other out? And I just want to look at the 4 as well. I'm torn between the 3 and 4 in this race. What are we looking at here? Okay, now, no, 2, I'm sorry. This is going to be a tougher race. This is not an easy race. Okay, we got the claimers in here. These are such bad horses. I'm thinking the first timer comes out of a decent trainer, Albert Stahl. He's with debut maiden claimers. He does win 29%. Does have Candy ride a couple back on the sire side. Gets Axel Concepcion. It's like it's hard to pick between any of these horses. I don't like any of them, but this one at least hasn't run. So, and you got a decent trainer here, Albert Stahl Jr. So maybe he can get it done. Got 1 Cookie Time is only run on synthetic. Pauline's Angel does have a good race at the fairgrounds. Ran horrible at Charlestown last time, finishing 21.5 back. Best race of her career was her first race at the fairgrounds, and came in 3rd, losing by 6 1/4 lengths. And as far as the 3 goes, the 3 does have a decent number here at Churchill Downs. So it really can be my second choice. And at 12.5K, dropping from a 15K to 12.5K, this is kind of a drop. Frosty and Forever. See, he did put up a 69. You know, by the dirt races, it has a couple of them that can win this. Two, three, Frosty from now. Okay. You go to the 7, Coco Nimbus. Just by the numbers power, John Innes. It's going to have to make the adjustment from the synthetic, but numbers are good enough. Yeah, this is a doozy. The riders, they get, they're giving the little, the little guys a shot here. Nine has some halfway decent numbers on synthetic, but I passed it for the 11. 11, he threw a horrible race at Indy. But the 2 races before that, and 2 races as a 3-year-old, first, second races, should be enough to win this race. Nothing I can do now. The play's in. 4 minutes to post. I'm going to sit tight on this. 9, not taking any money. I just want to see who's taking money in the doubles right now. Let's say the 11. All right. The only other one that's taken some money here. So I think I'm stuck going 3 deep in the first leg. So if I go 3 times 2 is 6, times 2 is 12, times 3 is 36. 3 times 2 is 6, times 2 is 12, times 3 is 36. That's $18. Yeah, I'll go with it. My pick 4. We'll wait until I think I have my pick 4 set with 3 in the first leg, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 3 in the fourth. I'm going to put this up here so it'll stay up there, okay? I'm not pulling the trigger yet. I'm waiting until the next race comes up and a little late and see what the odds are. And we can always adjust it a little bit. But I'm sitting tight with this race. Now, as far as this race goes, I've looked at these over. I want to see the odds. I think the value in this race is 11 to win. I just want to check the pace scenario of this. How can he clear from out there? And one is going to be running. It has a, you know, if the one has the early speed, no doubt. 11 to win. Race 6, number 11 to win. I'm passing on this. All right, I'm gonna let you know. I'll let you know I'm not betting. Race 6, 11 to win. I'm passing on this race though. One's going to be the early speed if he takes to the dirt. Cookie time. Yeah, Tommy Drury down. He's dropping 2 classes. John McKee, jockey, 18% jock overall. Decent jock, I guess. Okay, it's a big drop, 30K level. Can he run on dirt? I don't know. I didn't like his numbers. Had a horrible speed figure compared to the others in this race. Can't pick them all. Good luck, everybody. It's just about post time as we begin the second half of this card. And they're loading up. I need 2, 7, or 11 to continue when they pick 3. 2 never started. These are so, but the trainer is very good in maybe claiming races, 27%. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. Ice water in the veins. Enjoy it on this Kentucky Derby draw day, opening day at Churchill Downs. Renegade draws post 1 in the Kentucky Derby. Still 4 to 1 though. If anyone can dig themselves out of the hole like that, and who will be well instructed, is Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher. Big field in this claiming race. No scratches. All right, may the best horse win. This tea should be cooled up enough to drink. Okay, and there's that synthetic horse. Goes out to the front. We knew he was going to be the early speed, so no surprises thus far. And let's see if he frustrates this cheap bunch and puts them away. Show us the number on this second place horse, please. 8. Oh, brother. I'm not looking good here in this second leg of the pick 3. My others are trying to get involved. Here comes the cavalry. Oh, no, don't let this guy go. Make the push, Axel. He's not going to make the push. Up, we lose by half a horse. What the F was the odds on the 8? Dallas Stewart. Let me look at this horse. Did I miss something with this piece of shit? That's a stupid way to lose. Well, I don't know. Maybe I missed something on it. Anyway, we're going to go in on the pick 4 here. I think think Diane might have liked that horse. Not impossible. Not impossible. I should have used that horse. I didn't like his last. Yeah. No complaints. No complaints. Let me go down to him. That's, I don't know. Well, he dropped from the 50K level. Almost. I don't know what the 11 did, but good job here. Long legs, Diane. All right, you got it done there. Great job. Who else? Nice pick. Oh, that's a nice stab with 1, 2, 7, 8, 11. I mean, the 8 got it done. I think all of them were there. I don't know where the 11 was. I'm out of the pick 3, the tough one. He could have got it done, you know. But I still preferred the others, so no complaints. You know, the 7, I don't even know where he was. Let me just see what the hell happened here. 3 came in there. Forsty forever. 2, no sign. I think the 11 got 4th. That's horse racing, folks. So let me see what this freaking thing costs. 3 times 2 is 6 times 2 is 12. Let's see how this board opens up here. $11 finished 4th. Yeah. Curtis, let's see. Curtis. Try key. I think you got this. Oh, wait. You got the 8. There's no 3. Good try there. You had the 8 in there, Curtis, and you had the 2 in there too. The 2 main ones. Let me just see what the 3 was. I just want to see if I missed something with this 3. The 3 did have a good race at Churchill Downs back in September of last year. That was good enough to win this. But the last few races have been horrible. Yeah, this was pretty much wide open. Pretty much, I have no complaints about the 3 finishing 3rd. The one I do have a complaint about is the 11. 7 I shouldn't have used. Synthetic horse. I should have. I missed. I whiffed on the 8. I whiffed on the 8. My bad. That's I'm not going to make excuses. Okay, 4 races to go. Four races to go on this opening day at Churchill Downs. Let's see, Exacta 8-2. Yeah, $93 for $2. And right off the bat here, the 4 opens at 8-5. Let me see this. 4 opens at 8-5. 3, 11-1. And 7, 3-2. Okay, 23 minutes to post. I'm going to step away, take a break for a couple of minutes, and be back in plenty of time to set this pick 4 out because I know what I'm doing here. So I'll put that up here. Yeah, Curtis, big class dropper. I saw that. I whiffed on that one. You know, 50K down to, you know, I got swung a little bit too much. I should have used the 8 instead of the 7. I mean, the 7 was a little faster, but he was a synthetic horse. Baby, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have used the 2. I could go any different direction in there. You know, I thought we were good. But thanks for sharing that, pointing that out. Big class dropper, Curtis. Al, I would have used 3 in the 6. I know. I remember you were talking about the 3. Okay. With all the next race, how much would it have cost me? I mentioned that it would have cost you, if you would have, it would have been $144, 50-cent pick 3. $144, 50-cent pick 3. Yeah, you were on it. You were on it. You know, you narrowed it down here, and you had the 3. So, hey, 4 races left. I'm going to go after the pick 4, I think. What I may do, I think I have a good horse in the 5. In the, I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, it's not going to pay balloons, but I think we can get something done here. So I'm going to actually put in my pick 3 now. Okay. It would have cost $288 for $1 and $144 for 50 cents, Diane. Okay, let's see. I'm not going to F around. I'm going to put my pick 4 in now, okay, before I step away. All right, I'm putting my pick 4 in now. I'm putting it in now, everybody. This way I don't have to rush. I can heat up my tea and relax. Okay. I think I could have a single in the 8th, in the 10th, but I'll go this way. I'll use the favorite with him just in case. And this is a turf race. Make sure I got this right before I hit enter. It's in. I got some price horses in this. That's for 50 cents, folks. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. How many? 18 minutes to post. Meet up for tea. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. We still have 4 races left. We do some damage here. I think the 5 is a 6-to-1 shot that can win the 10th race. Okay, it's asking a lot. You know, he's has good numbers when he runs. Back in a bit. Okay, on to race number 7. Talking about the jockeys in that last race, I was thinking about it while I was away. Um, yeah, Diane, bad riders in this race. And when you look at it, especially the 8, I left it off. Gutierrez really was the second best. Him and Axel Concepcion were the 2 best in there. And they finished 1-2. And so no real surprises. As far as this race goes, 7 minutes to the race. This, I think, is a good betting race. I think maybe I'm going to do an exacta or something. No, wait a second. 7 of. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I want to. 9 dozens is. I'm going to look at the pace of this race again because I was on the fence on whether to use this one or not. 7 Wonders, and I left it out. I just want to see if I'm missing something here. At the distance, now this is a mile, 4 and up, fillies and mares, claiming race for 40K. It's moving up in class. Did win its last race. Chris Hartman going dirt to turf. Yeah, that's the thing. He's only 4%, but this one, it's a 5-year-old out of Mendelssohn. First of 42, for a big workout on 7th. Who else? I may do an exact in this race. Missy B, 13-1. Now, Missy B put up a big figure on synthetic last race. Missy B is a better horse on the synthetic. It's moving up in classes. Ramos up, no. 2 is scratched. The 2 was one I would have considered. 3, I'm fine with 3. My only concern with 3 is the pace. 4, I'm fine with. The 6, it's some races that can get it done here. This is going to be a surprise race. I see 1 and 6 is live. If you want to go for the home run, 6 and 1, both are live here. Six more than 1. Let me just check the. Moving up in class. A 7 should take care of business here. 4 is consistent. It's classy. Good, better, best. He's going to be tough to beat. Diamond dozen diamonds. I said, you know, if you want a long shot, maybe do a dime super. 10-cent super, let's do it. Seven over 3, 4, 11, no, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, here we do. Here's our play. No. I'm going to leave the 3 out of the second position. Okay, let's make it a little interesting. Over 1, 3, 4. I want the 6 in there. Okay. Just want to double check this. It's 240. Okay. $3 play. And it's in. And I'm going to pass it along now to you. Here we go. So dime super. Okay, hang on. Let me just get this. I want to put this out here for you. I got my pick 4 in. My play. You know my pick 4 play, all right? Race 7. Super. 7 over 469 over 13469 over 1369. Oh God, I hope you were listening, but yeah, this is what I did. I did the best I could to get it in and describe it. Basically, I need 7 to win. They're still loading. I don't know. Good luck, everybody. I need 347 to hit the pick 3. So I'm rooting my ass off basically for the 3, who should be out front. But 7 should be tough to beat. Now, okay, wow, look at the grass over there. It's beautiful. Race 7 of 10 on Churchill Downs opening day, and they're off. So the speed's all there. 3, no surprises. Take them all the way, baby. Good luck. Enjoy the race. It's moving like a well-oiled machine. Can this horse keep that pace up? Well, it does have the numbers. Let's put it that way. Seven's coming after her. I don't know how much she has left. Actually seems to be opening it up. We've seen this act before. Everybody closes in on the turn, swallows them off, coming off the turn for the stretch. Here comes the 9. Hopefully 3 has run them into the ground. Might have something left. All right. We'll get the first leg. Yeah, the 3 gave it a ride there. Yeah, I really wanted that one to hang on. What were the closing odds on this? 4, 8 to 5, 7, 8 to 5. 4 wound up actually being a slim favorite there. I'm not going to complain. How about you? Any of you have this race? Curtis, you had the 4, 7. Hey, I think you got that. Great job, Curtis. Curtis delivers in the clutch. What were the odds on 5? 18 to 1. All right. Is there an objection? No. No, the 5 clearly caught the 9. Show the freaking thing that we all know the 4 one. Show the angle where you see the 3 horses. They're not giving anything that we want to. 5. Okay, good. At least they told us. Yeah. 5. You say the 9 never used the whip down the lane. Who is jockey on the 9? I just want to look at the speed figures on the 5. He didn't have any turf races. Oh, he had one turf race at Indy that kind of fit this. He wasn't as fast on paper as the 9. Nine was better on turf too. Who was the jockey on the 9? Edgar Morales really dropped the ball there for Chris Hartman. But hey, great job on that 5. All right. And Long Lane Cyan, finger on the pulse, 475. Great call. Thanks for sharing that. You have to dig deep in 9's past performance. Yeah, I noticed that. And now I'm curious what the will pays are going to be in the double. Okay, let me just see what I got here. All right. Deeper. Yeah, 9 was better from class performances. This was a shake. I tried this, but 7. Now, how would I have done? I didn't have the 5 anywhere in there. So yeah, that shows, here. Yeah, but here was my pick 3 play, and this was in. And so we're alive here. And the bottom line is I have 2 shots in each race. My heavy hitter is the 5 in the 10th race. And in the 9th race, I have a couple of horses that aren't the favorites either. I think they're both 5 or 6 to 1. So the key here is the next race. So let's bring the next race up and see what we got. Race number 8, 3 races left. Still time for another pick 3. And I may do that. Go with a pick 3 here. You see, we're opening it up now. And what I may do is, now the horse I left out that I initially had in was number 10. This race, I'll tell you about it. It's 6 furlong. It's a cheap claiming race. Another one of these, 16K. If you have 16 grand, this horse is yours. If you can prove you can take care of it. And the 3-year-old's 120 pounds. Older, carry an extra 6 pounds. Let's talk about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, brother. This is one of those races. I'm depending on here a 6 to 1 shot for Eric Forster with Irad Ortiz up. Now, my 2 top picks in this race were 2 and 3. Actually, 3 was my top. Now, this 3 Shadow Coast. Am I looking at the right race? Am I seeing things? Guardian and Shadow Coast. Yeah. They're the 2 chalks now. The 2 Guardian opened 6 to 1, and now he's 9 to 5. And 3 Shadow Coast opened 7 to 2, and now he's 8 to 5. And my 10, and the other one I like, who I decide to trim the fat and get rid of, where you at, he's 3 to 1. Now I'm going to tell you why I like these horses. Get this out of here. It's old news. Need 2, 3. Okay, so. All right, so we start to pick 4 off right anyway. We'll talk some pace. I closed the screen by accident. I'll bring it back. No problem. We'll talk about the pace. We talked about this pace, claiming race 16K. So keep an eye on the class here. We saw what happened with the 8 horse, the other race. Now this is going to be a doozy of a race. We do have some scratches here. We'll go to the third graph pace charts. Let's bring them up. I'm using third graph and Brisnet for all of this. Now this shows the paces of the horse for the opening, their average pace for the opening quarter, first call. Now Chi-Town Prince 6 is scratched, so he would have been the main pace. As far as the others, there's a bunch of the others that are second tier. Others that are scratched are number 4, 4, 7, and 8. 4, 8 didn't figure in the pace at all. And 9. So I had a 2 and 3 figure in the pace. Guardian and Shadow Coast, they're in the same ballpark. I'd say Shadow Coast, definitely quicker. And as last time ran at Churchill Downs at 6 furlongs, I ran at 22 and 6 opening quarter. And 9 is going to be quick too. Is he scratched though, right? 9 is scratched. No, he's a 25 to 1 shot. Number 10, where you at? He's a miler basically turning back. Okay. Let's look at the numbers. Race 8. Let's look at my horses, 2 and 3. Now this one, the lower the number, the faster the race. Guardian. Eric Forster. Very low percentage trainer. You see his bold numbers, that means it's, he's dropping in class from 20 to, he does have some nice numbers going longer that fit. Did one at Keeneland at the 20K level. This might be a case of a horse that's similar to the 8 horse. He dropped down to number 3. 3 is going to be the one to beat. He likes this track. Last time he was here, he did finish 4th. He's coming from a claiming 25 for Crichton. Gets Louis Saez up. Saez and Crichton together. And I did pick 3 on top. They're 24% together. And at Churchill Downs, if limited action, Rohan Crichton is an astounding 23% with a 3.94 ROI. Now, I want to go down to the mystery horse, 10. And see if there's any others along the way. Now, a bunch of these scratched, remember. 8 is really turning back into real big class drop, the 8. Terrible numbers and going to a sprint. 9, no, I don't like 9. You know what? 10 is definitely live. And I want to let you see what I'm seeing here. So I'll bump this up. Where you at? He did run a 9 at Fairgrounds. 2 back. I got to get this one in here on a play in this race. It's as simple as that. This might come to haunt me here, leaving this 10 out of the pick 3. I think 8's okay, but the 10 should be able to take aim at these. If he beats me, he beats me. There's no one else I really like in this race. War Money? No. Lightly raced. Another class dropper. Gets Tyler Gaffleone. Interesting race. Let's look at it from this angle now. Okay, we know what the sheets look like. Let's bring up the Brisnet now. I want to go down further and look at this 10 here. Big dropper. Michael Tomlinson going turf to dirt. He hits 21%. You get Axel Concepcion. He let me down when he lost to the 8, making his first start. Now this one has shown a little speed lately. Let me go to the 9. Terrible numbers. Six would have been big time speed. I'm looking at the 5. Four was scratched. The 3 should be the one to beat. I mean, 3 would probably be less than even money by the time this gate's open. Dropping from 25K to 16K. Roland Crichton, high percentage, beaten favorite. He wins 23% of the time. Luis Saez up. Excellent early speed. And go to the 2. He drops from drops in class a little bit, 20 to 16, not drastic. Another one, this one has big early speed. And I'm going down to the 1. He does have some. 3's the speed. Shadow Coast. Yeah, they can give him that name. Shadow. I guess they figured he just, he's that fast. 11 minutes to post. Do I want to bet anything on this race? Do I want to do a pick 3? No, I'll do it. What the hell? This. I should be able to get this done. Single the 3. You know what? I'll get my freaking 10 in there too, just in case I get screwed out of the pick 4. Free 10. We're going to have some fun with this. I'm going to hit this thing. 1, 2, 6, 3, 5, 6. This is my pick 3. All right? Let's have some fun with this. Pick 3. I'm putting it in right now. Pick 3. No, I'm going to write it down, then I'll put it in. This way you can get it in too. All right? Get to the comments. We got plenty of time. Curtis. Yeah, Oakland bred for turf. Oakland does. Yeah, Oakland. That's the thing about Oakland. It doesn't have turf racing. 4. I don't know if this is from the. Okay, that's from last race. Okay, so I got to catch up down here. Hey, Case Gold. New to horse racing, 4 and 7 winning, but not the 3 is still good, right? Well, yeah, in a pick 3 or something. I welcome aboard. Great picture there. Look at that. Beautiful. Excellent. Case Gold 1. New to horse racing, 4 and 7 winning, but not the 3 is still good, right? Well, for an exactor, it's good, or for a daily double, it's good. Because you just need your horse to, for the exacta, you just need it to win a place. And if you use 4 and 7 together, you get it done. And yeah, that's what it's good for. So good luck. Thanks for joining us. And hey, this is a great sport. Great picture. Let's see. Alexis. Hey, Alexis. Great pick. Hey, excellent. Good luck today. 5 at Churchill. All right. Good luck. Are you kidding me, Long Legs Diane? They're pulling that shit on me here too? Thanks for the heads up. Look at this. That seems to be the new thing now. How can I combat this? I know. Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. Huh. Let me rethink this now. Do I bet against myself? I got a plan for this. I'm not an advocate of this, but I'll do it in this case, just in case I get hold here. All right. Here's what I'm going to do, if it's even worth the play. 7 races to post. This is the horse I don't have in the pick 4. So I'm going to use this just in case I get the... Because I think this horse has a shot. I'm going to put the 10 on top in an exacta. How's that? I know, it's not the recommended way to play. So you would have had the glory, you would have had the joy of hitting the pick 3, but you would have lost. All with all cost me. If I use 1 with all, it cost me 180. All right, let me just look at this. Time to get okay. 6 minutes to post. Yeah, I'm going to use a freaking 10. I could see something funny happening here. I mean, 3 should win this, right? Didn't run good last race, though. Okay, let's do this. How many minutes to post? Let me just double check before I do this. Okay, trifecta. 3 minutes to post. Okay, close this. Try. Now I'm using a try over something that using a horse that I didn't use in the pick 3. Let's do it. 50-cent try. 50-cent try. I'm giving you my pick. Trifecta. Now I'm using the 10 because that's the horse I didn't use. I was going to do a pick 3 single in the 3. 10 is I have 2 and 3 in the pick 4. All right. I'm going to try something. In case they get hooked up in a duel, a 50-cent trifecta. And we got the 9, which is a price horse with speed. And I put this bet in. Let me double check that that's what I put in. Not that I'm giving you something I didn't do. This is my play. I think the 10 has a good race, fits the race, dropping in class. I have a trifecta here, 10, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2, 3, 9. It's almost a protection bet because I have a pick 4 going, and I have 2 and 3 in this race. And I cut corners and I threw out the 10 at the last second. Because I saw my pick 4 was going to, be running up high, so I cut corners. So I got them in here for this as a parachute for $4.50. Big deal. Otherwise, I'm fine with the 2-3 getting it home. When I get 2 lanes left. And I have one in the 10th race, number 5, that I believe can upset the favorite. And the name of that horse is 7 Wonders. Peter Orton has Irish breeding on the sire side and ridden by Joel Rosario. All right, they're circling. They're getting ready to head into the gate. I want to thank everyone for being here today. This has been an absolute blast opening day on Churchill Downs. And I can tell you right now the plan is to be doing here a show, another one for the entire card. Get out there early, Kentucky Derby Day. So I'm looking forward to that. And they had the draw today. A lot of news there. Chip Honcho, Steve Asmussen withdraws him. And Bob Baffert, again, Bob Baffert gets his second entry in litmus test. And I saw somebody was saying litmus test had something against litmus test, that he works well, but he's not he's had some good races. And, matter of fact, in one of the big races last year, he finished not far behind Ted Nafi. I think he was a length and a half or something behind, or maybe something like that. Maybe it was 2.5, but I think it was a length and 3/4 behind him. And Ted Nafi, he was the big shot, championship 2-year-old, undefeated. And this race would have probably been all about him, but he's out of there too. So, and then, some good horses have been dropped out along the way. So let's see what happens here. And, okay, Curtis, exact. Okay, Curtis, come on, man. Had that one earlier. 3, 1, 2, 9, 10. Yeah. That 9. He's kind of sneaky. And the 2, I didn't have the 2, but they're off. They're running. Good luck, everybody. Let's make it happen here. And the 9 is out there running. Look at this. Where's the 3? Where's the 10? He's second. The 10 is second. Come on. When the jockey gets down low, You know, they're holding them back. When they get down low and seat the horse, get down on the horse and use the hands, that means they're starting to let them loose. So 10 has not begun to run yet. 11. No, please, no. And 2 comes sneaking up the rail. 10 fighting back. 3 bounding home. 11. Come on, don't beat me on the 11. No, come on. Get up. Oh, God. He's hanging like a chandelier. All right. You got to work for that. What were the final odds on the 3? 8-5. I thought we were looking good there with the 9 and the 10. Who was that horse that almost pulled the freaking thing out? What was that? There was no need to put in an insurance bet. But I thought it was a good one. Huh, Imperial Ruler 28-1. Let me look at this horse. How did he come in there? Where's 10? What happened to him? It's no photo, unless the photo's for freaking 4th place or something. I got to look up Imperial Ruler. That is just unbelievable. What the heck? Number 10, number 11. As a 3-year-old, get this. He did run a race here that fit. Nice speed figure on the thoroughgraph. He ran his best career race at Churchill Downs. Finished 2nd last May at the 20K level. And listen to this. The trainer is Ismail Bahina, right? And the jockey was Yamari Korea. Those 2 together win at a 30% clip, and they're in the money together 59% of the time with a 2.01 ROI. What a sneaky trainer. And they're in the money. Ismail Bahina and Yamari Korea win 30% with a 2.01 ROI. In the money 59%. The 30-1 odds, 28-1 didn't bother Ismail, and it didn't bother Yamari. So watch out. Watch out when those 2 team up again together in a 16K race. Oh, brother. On to race number 9. $11 is bred for grass. I'll tell you, Diane. Yeah, well, you heard what he did. And Carlos, hey, Carlos Antone. How's it going? Number 8. All right. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us. 1 ran 4th. Yeah, I think the 10, I thought I was maybe going to sneak in there with a 10-9 exacta. No, try, but, it wasn't there. I think I had 2, 3, 10, 1. No 9. The 11, I played around with it. And what's going on now is this. I'm alive in the pick 4, but I do have two longer. I have longer ones in both of the legs, and I'll show you here. We get the first 2 done. Now I need 2 or 6. It was a 50-cent play. Diane, I'm still stunned by the $3 pick 3. Yeah, everyone's pulling that crap now. It was a Keeneland, Santa Anita. I think Santa Anita might have started that crap. And I want to say hi to Francis. Hey, Francis. Result of the 5. Great picture there. Look at that. The bear and the gigantic bear. Good luck today. Curtis, what do we got here? No 11. Curtis, all over those. $311, right? I can't believe that jockey and trainer. It's like they get together and it's like they're amazing together. It's like Bob Baffert and who's his top jockey? It used to be Mike Smith. Hernandez. They did? Yeah, Santa Dita. I lost my top when Santa Dita. Yeah, and now they're all doing it. Really trying to, hey, but you know what? I think a lot of players aren't doing it, aren't falling for it. And the ones that do are all, getting grinding each other down, giving the house money. All right. What do we got going forward here? Up to race 9. Let's talk about it. Shadow Coast. I'll tell you what, Shadow Coast really had to dig deep to win that. Very lucky to get that done. What did the daily double pay? I'll tell you what, I went with the 2-6 in this race and the 2 Jersey Pearl sitting on the board at 8-1. That's the one I need to come home. But I got Jose Ortiz on a 6-5 shot and who was bet down. You see, I had a pair of a 6-1 and a 5-1. And my 1 5-1 get bet down to 6-5. And my 2 Jersey Pearl that's the one I got to root for. On the board is 6-1. Let's talk about this race. This is a 200K. This is the flagship race of today. It is a 200K race. So let's talk about this. And welcome aboard, everybody. If you're just joining us here, we've been out here for the entire card. Got rolling. And thanks for joining us and good luck. We still got a daily double to work with here. 6 furlongs. It's the Roxalena Stakes. 200K. I'm not going to read this crap by subscription and presented by LG&E. Come on. After payment, 1% to all finishes. It's 6 furlongs, 200K race for fillies and mares 4 and up. All right. So we're on the dirt. The last race is a turf race. Talk about the ones I like here. And we'll get to all of them. And they're using big fields of those too. Wow. Oh, man. All right. First thing we're going to do, I just out of curiosity, I want to see what the 6 is paying with. The 5 is the one that I think is the 6-1 shot that I like to beat the favorite. I got them both in the 10th race, but the number 5, I want to see what he's paying and what they're paying in doubles. 6 with the 5 next race, and the 3. Huh. 6-3 is paying $8 for $1, and 6-5, the one I like, $33, and the one I cut out to trim the fat, $78. No, $32. Oh, everyone's going to be pounding the 3 next race. I may be looking at, maybe breaking even on the pick 4 if the favorite would, if I get past this race. I'm going to sit tight on this race. I'm going to go into the last leg. And The one that I really am haunted by, who was my third choice in this race, is number 1. One Magic Philly, Brandon Walsh with Tyler Gaffalione. Yeah, okay, I hear you, Diane. Yeah, Tyler's on the 1. That's a nice horse. The other one I was thinking about was Vincy Girl, number 7. Let's talk about these for a second, and I'll tell you what I like about them. Daily Double, James White, 662. Ooh. Thanks for the heads up on that. You know, this is going to be a kind of day. You know, and now where am I on this day? Where am I on this day? I've been treading water. I've been battling all day. I would have had hits. I passed on a bunch of races where I had the trifecta cold. Right now, actually, well, I did put 12 into the pick 4. I put 12 into the pick 4. So do I count that a loss yet? I don't know. But with that in, from the amount I started with today, I'm down $16.80. So it's almost like treading water here. It's and now One Magic Philly is down to 9-5. And let's take a look at the pace scenario. So we're going to go to the Thoroughgraph sheets for this. And thanks for the heads up on that, James. James. Okay, let's shut this down. We're going to go to the pace figures of this from the Thoroughgraph for race number 9. We're down to the last daily double. It's come to this, folks, and it's been an absolute blast. And again, heads up to those who weren't here earlier. I plan on being here for the Kentucky Derby Day. All races out there early, start to finish, just like I've been today. It's out here 11 o'clock out here and, talking horses and preparing for the race. And post time was 12:45. So next Saturday, be there or be square. All right. So let me bring up the pace charts for this race. Let me take this garbage down. This trifecta that wasn't. Okay. And Diane giving us our first call early. Thanks for sharing this with us, Diane, all over the knowledge of the horses. 9th race, I like 1 in exacta with all 1. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what that is. An exacta 1 with all or all and 1, like up and down. Okay. Let me bring up this chart here. Okay. We're going to go to the Thoroughgraph sheets and take a look at this. See what the pace scenario looks like. Okay. Now, one of the horses I like, one that I like for second, I like 6 best. Just by the numbers, there's some speed signed on in here. It almost looks like a bit of a, in and out pattern of speeds. And there are 2 scratches. And I'll tell you, you know what? Lucia Ball was live in this race. If you look at the race of a few back, I think it ran a 103 Brisnet and a big Thoroughgraph number, -3. That one was live at 15-1, and but it's not healthy. They said it was not in good shape. I mean, the vets scratched. They looked at this horse, and so we lost a long one there. But I like 2. I think Jersey Pearl is very dangerous. 1 Magic Philly and 6. But I tried to trim it. And I also like the 7 Vincy Girl. And so we see the pace, what it looks like here out of these. Number 8 looks like inherits the speed Esternina. And that one right now is on the board at 15-1. So that might be like one of these pace setters like the 9 was last race. You know, you can see him right there. And Esternina had been putting up wicked fractions, a real front runner. But Jersey Pearl also is a big front runner. But I believe 9's going to grab the lead here. I mean, 8's going to grab the lead. And we got to see how Jersey Pearl responds, because this one is very quick early too. Usually doesn't lead all the time. Usually stalks, runs second, you know, within range of the leader. That's the Jersey Pearl, but also very, very fast. Vincy Girl, also very, very fast. It's more of a stalking type coming in from Tampa Bay Downs. Now, the 6 has run here. Last time this one ran here is St. Louis. Last time it ran here was June of last year. It's 7 furlongs with Flavian Pratt up. It's either been Flavian Pratt or Jose Ortiz. Rod Ortiz rode her last time. So that's the speed of the speed. And so there's some speed. I think it sets up beautifully for St. Louis. Now we're going to go down and actually look at the speed figures of these horses. We'll take it a step further. And let's see, what do we got here? Daily double all, crazy race, 6, 7, 8. I like the 5 next race. Actually, I like 3 of them, 3, 5, and 6. I need 3 or 5, but we'll see. Tyler's my bad luck. Yeah, you were mentioning that, and I see why, but you're using him here. You're not going to let him beat you, Diane. Gregory is back and better than ever. They bet you 6 down, back from the old asphalt. It's going to be a good race. And let me bring this up. Am I showing the right thing? Okay, here we go. Let me make this slower so I can see it. Okay, race 9. Okay, let's go. Let's start with the 2. Lower the number, the faster the race. We're talking from here, folks. I already know who I like in the next race. We've talked about it. 1 Magic Philly. What beautiful speed figures. Now, this is 6 furlongs. This one did run a clunker last race at Gulfstream in a G2, but was going 7. And, you know, this one usually goes longer. Did run a nice, putting up nice speed figure, yeah, at Pimlico, sure. At Keeneland, 1 at 6.5 with another nice figure. This one can do it. I mean, you can't use them all. I mean, I know I lost money on this horse before. It might have been in January. January or the day after Christmas. Probably January. I know I lost money on this horse. I bet on this horse last week. And that kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I didn't use the horse alone, but it was one of them included in the race that I lost for the win spot. So you see a bunch of 3s there. Fine. Okay, now the other one I like is number 2, who has big early speed, 1 Magic. Okay, so you got Brendan Walsh, solid trainer, team with Tyler Gaffalione at 20% with a 1.99 ROI. Tyler Gaffalione at Churchill Downs, he's a 20% rider. Always dangerous. Now, at this lightly race, making his first start as a 6-year-old is Jersey Pearl. I like the speed. I like the last race in Oaklawn. Won a minor stakes race at 5.5. did put up a 4. I could see why this one's not taking the money. You know, but the last race fits this race. And we move on. Minx Palace, just too slow. This one, the 4, had the big race at Fairgrounds, the 2. Lightly raced 5-year-old, had run a 2 at Churchill Downs in the past. Remember, the lower the number, the faster the race. So far, the fastest one here is the one, the Magic Filly, with the 3, couple of 3s, but the Jersey Pearl, whatever, did run a 4 last race and does have speed and is inside. Lucille Ball, giant speed figure at Aqueduct. I think a 103 Brisnet, but scratched, just like the 4. Now here's the 6. The 6, Steve Asmussen gets Jose Ortiz, and together they win 21% with in the money 51% of the time. ROI not the greatest, 1.44. But what I like about this one is when it runs at Churchill Downs, it runs 2s, even a Keeneland, a 1. And this one gets on a 2 last year at Churchill Downs. And that was in May, where it won by 1.5. And that was in a minor stakes race. So, is I seeing that correctly? Oh, that was a Pimlico. It's for the previous. Oh, it did run ran in a G2 where it came in 3rd, but put it up in on a 2. So it does have the big numbers. And with all its speed, I think it sets up for the 6 nicely. Let's go down to the 7. Vincy Girl did put up a giant number at Gulfstream last September in a G3. No, in August. In August, I mean. And that was at 7 furlongs. Comes off of 7, can certainly get it done, and has Irad Ortiz. And I think that one is, how can you 7 is 5-1. I'm thinking here, the 2 that can upset my apple cart, I got 2 and 6, is 1 or 7. And I want to go down to Esternia, Randy Morse with Joel Rosario up. Because that one is probably the speed of the speed. Uh-oh, we might have a danger. Uh-oh, danger, danger. This 8 put up a race that could win this. 2 back at Oaklawn. Let me get the Brisnet up again. I know what the deal is here now. I got to go down to this 8. And one I got to go down to is 7. Okay, 7 never raced at Churchill Downs. They listed as a closer. And if this one's a closer, it shows him pretty fast on the chart. So that's a pretty fast closer. And he's not bothered in the least by fast paces. He loves the fast pace. I think 7 is very dangerous. Let's have a little fun with this. Don't try this at home. I'm taking a stab with some stuff here. Let me go down to the 10 for a second. I mean, this is, I think I could see the rug pull coming right now. Esternia ran a 96 Brisnet, 2 back. Huh. And this is speed. And this is not like it's going some tremendous distance. I could see. Let's do it. I'm going to have a little fun with this. All right? We're going to have a little fun with this. I'm basically treading water here. Okay, that 8th race, he had a right horse bred for grass. All right, I'm going to try something. Let me see what the 8 horse is. If they're going to pull a rug, they're going to pull it now. And what the hell? I'm treading water. I might as well have a little fun with this. So I'm going to take the 2 horses I don't have that I know very interesting. If they're going to screw with us, they're going to screw with us here. All right? How many minutes to post? I know I need 2 or 3 to win. I don't recommend this. This is my responsibility. I know I'm doing something wrong technically, but I see something I like about both of these horses I'm going to play with, who I'm not using in the pick 3. Okay? Race 9, my pick. You got time to get it in. Now, don't yell at me, or if it doesn't happen, because I'm warning you up front. I'm taking a shot, exacta. This would pay more than my flimsy pick 4 anyway, which is turning out to be real chalky unless the 5 comes in, or the 2 comes in here with the 5 next race. Exacta, 7, 8 over 2, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I see numbers in here by the third graph, both from the 7 and with the 8 that are fast enough to win this race. 7's a closer, 8 is the speed of the speed. They're only going 6 furlongs. Let's do it. All right, I'm going to put that bet in. I gave it to you first before I got it in. 3 minutes to post. If 2 or 6 win, I'm alive in the pick 4. So I'm having a little fun with this since I'm basically breaking even at this point today. It's like I didn't even start yet. Exacta. So I'm getting a 5-1 and a 13-1. Over a 7-1, a 6-5, a 5-1, and a 13-1. Who am I leaving out? Magic Philly. I think Magic Philly likes it longer. That's all I'm going to say about that. I wasn't impressed with its last race. Confirm. Boom. We got this. Curtis, try key. Everyone's betting against me. Diane, Curtis, got the 1 in there, but it can win. I would not be surprised. I would not have a single complaint in the world if 1 wins this race or comes in second. 1 with 2, 3, 6, 7. 7, yeah, 7 is definitely dangerous. Good luck, Curtis. You got this, man. Who else? How many? They're circling around. Race 9 of 10. Feels like we just started. Kentucky Derby draw. Renegade. Post position 1. At 4-1, I guess. I was looking at the Derby horses. The horses with the 3 horses with the fastest speed figures entering the Derby, and the other one got screwed, right? Who number 19, post position 18 or 9 was Further Ado. Post 17 has never won the Derby. Japanese horses, the Bourbon horse and the other one got great posts. Great posts. The second fastest speed figures is actually So Happy. He ran a 0. And he got a great post position. Merge, he ran a 2 last time. He gets post position 15, which I think is nice. And the Puma, post position 9. But yeah, Further Ado and So Happy are the 2 horses with the fastest sheep figures of those entering the Derby. And one of the Japanese horses is the next one with a 1. I forget his name. Let me get rid of this. We did everything we could do with this. The trainer added blinkers. And okay, yeah, you mentioned that, and I was handicapping, but let me just tell you the percentages when this trainer adds blinkers to one Magic Philly. Adding blinkers, Brandon Walsh, 11%. Wins 11% when he adds blinkers on. Okay. Are they loading up? Oh, they're getting ready. This is the premier race of the day. Now, remember, I said, I'm taking a shot here because I'm breaking even. This is not my main play, but I have a pick 4 where I need, excuse me, 2 or 6 to win, right? Since I'm breaking even, I saw something with the 7-8 here, so I did this. Got my horses underneath. The 8 looks like it has blistering speed, and they're off. I missed the gate break. Is 8 leading? No, it's 2. Jersey Pearl. I guess with the 8, right? Where's the 8? Come on, that's Irod Ortiz. You got this, man. This is your fucking race. I think 8 might be gassed. Now remember, 6 is the closer. Oh, am I going to hit this 8-2 exacta? Here's the Pearl. You're going to get it. One Magic Philly. Hoses me again. Jose or taking shot. Goes outside. The horse beats me again, folks. I use her. She does nothing. I don't. She blows away the field. And not only that, I get knocked out of the pick 4. Oh, brother. That's horse racing. That's horse racing. Did that 8 hang on for 3rd? Let's see this. The Ortiz brothers, they can fucking go to hell. I use both of them and they can't win? Is that the first time that ever happened in racing? And the 8 gets 3rd. Look at this. The 8, who was like 15-1 when I bet it, got bet down to 9-2. I don't feel so bad about that. One Magic Philly. She had every right to win. Tyler Gaffalione. Let's see all the happy campers here who got this done here. Is that the first time that the Ortiz brothers, when they were both in the race, they both did, neither of them won? 1, 2, 8, 6. Yeah, the 8 got knocked down. You believe that? I gave it a try, everybody. You know, I needed 2 or 6 to continue with the pick 4. And okay. Anyone, I know. Curtis is all over the winner, man, in these races. And there's something that's happening. You hit one of these earlier. Bad luck, Al. Yeah, that's horse racing. So basically, I'm down $23 now because of my bet last race and getting kicked out of the pick 4. So, hey, there's still a race left. So what I'm going to do, I know my play next race already. I'm going to use the horse I've been talking about all freaking day, my 5 horse in the 10th race, and I'll put him over the 2 horses I like best for 2nd. And I'll let you know right now. Race 10, my play, and I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to step away for a minute. My tea is not ice cold. It's just like, average, not warm, I wouldn't say. Exacta paid 40. Thanks, Diane. 44 for 2. Wait a second. I had the 7 and 8, and the 7 didn't do anything. I should have used 8 and 1 on top. Why use the 7? I was really getting greedy there. The 1 was clearly better than the 7. That's what it was, pure greed. Yeah, but the 7 did have some good numbers. And inquiry called? Wait, are they going to take down the 1? Are you kidding me? Whoa! Who's coming down? Is that 1 coming down? Yeah, it must have been something with the start. It's clear that he won this race. Well deserved. Great job. And so you hit this, Diane. You had 1 all? Hang on a second. What is the finishing order in this race? Oh, this isn't going to affect anything. At least that we have. If you can get the 8 out of there, Curtis. Curtis, if he can get the 8 knocked out of there, we're in business. I got to see this one out. Take the 8 and knock him to freaking last. Rider of the Tyler Gaffleone, One Magic Fill. That's a great one. I'd say I will not be going too far out on a stretch. This is a $370,000 earner. Numbers are beautiful. What a beautiful horse. No, filly. What a mare. James White, nice call, Curtis. Always a gracious crowd. Diane, it was a start if I had the money. All right, let's. I was almost going to put in a greedy play here for this, and I'm not going to do it. I did that just the last race when I should have done the 1-8 instead of the 7-8, and I was about to go off my 5, who I've been talking about all day. I was about to go off my 5 and do a 6 over 3-5, and I was like, no. Okay, so I'm gonna put that play in now, and I'm gonna step away for a bit as we approach race 10. Can you believe it? They still got the inquiry, so yeah, I'll be away for a little bit, and 5 exacta. So I get knocked out of the pick 4 in glorious fashion, unglorious fashion. Don't tie the whole fucking day up now with an inquiry over something stupid in the last race. Okay, so they left it the same. Okay, 3 over 5. 5 over 3-6. Okay. Okay, so Tyler Gaffleone wins the big one today. So we still have one left on opening day. Churchill. And with that being said, I will be back in a bit on this great day. Let's get it done here. One race to go. As they say in horse racing, all it takes is one. Here we are, folks, on to race number 10. I want to thank everyone who's joined us, participated today. Let your friends know about this racing channel. Plan to be out here doing the same exact thing for the Kentucky Derby. So I'll be out here even earlier because who knows what time they start over there. But we'll be there for all the action. And race number 10, let's talk about it. I wheeled 6 and exact the front end back. Now, that's a dangerous horse. I think that's a good play. They're very dangerous. Very dangerous. Always runs an honest race. Okay, let me just do this. Good luck, Diane. 3 is covered in daily doubles and all picks out. Yeah. Well, you figured it would be. This would be the perfect time for our rod to screw up. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Let's adjust this. I don't have to take out, Okay, here we are. All right, let's talk about this race. How many minutes to post? 10? Neither of them have won a Kentucky Derby. When the Kentucky Derby comes around, it's the Johnny V's, the Mike Smiths, even the Javier Castellanos of the world, Rosario, whatever, are the ones that win those races. I think Rosario won a Derby a couple times. I don't know. Let me see. Did Rosario win Kentucky Derby? – 2013, he won the Kentucky Derby on Orb. So even Rosario's won them. All right. As far as this race goes, race 10, we're back on the turf, back on the green. Race 10, a mile and an eighth on turf. The thing about the 6 is, Diane, and you'll like this, it's very good at the distance. Okay, 1 1/8 on turf, allowance race, 127K is the purse for 3-year-olds and up. So it's a chance for 3-year-olds to face the for 3-year-olds and up. Wow, they're having a race like that now? Okay. So you get a chance to face the older horses. So the 3-year-olds are 120 and the older 127. Okay, and it's on the turf, mile and an eighth. And my top choice was number 5. Now, number 3, Irad Ortiz, 84.90. This one runs at a mile and an eighth. It ran an 84 last time at Keeneland, Brisnet. Never ran at Churchill Downs. Graham Motion, always dangerous. Favored last race, and Johnny V was up and didn't get the job done. So they go to Jose Ortiz. You got the Irish breeding. You have Frankel, the great Frankel, on the dam side, 2 back. You got breeding up the Gazoo, but doesn't win often. Last time this one won was in January of 2025. $200,000 horse. Or colt, actually. Highest ranking in here. Probably gets the job done. But go down to my top choice, 7 Wonders. We're talking about it. None other than Joel Rosario. He did run here once, ran an 89. Mile and an eighth. It's hard to say if he likes it longer or shorter. I mean, he has a lot of good numbers on the turf. Now his thoroughgraph, even his Brisnet numbers are strong. Peter Urton, the trainer, on turf starts. He's 20% on the turf. But if you see the thoroughgraph numbers, he has better, lower numbers, faster numbers than the 3. And the 3 is right on par with number 6, who runs very well at this distance. In the money 7 out of 9 times, but really likes his track. 6 races, the win, 2 seconds, and a third. So this one usually, this one's distance. My only knock on this one is the last time he won, it was on this track, and he's a 5-year-old, Fort Thomas, was in November of 2024. Oh, no. And 21 starts, only 1 victory. But he puts up, but a beautiful earner, 221K. There's another one, Irish breeding on the dam side. But I'll tell you what, you can throw that out the window. This horse is fast enough to win, and win a second today. He was when I chopped off the horses in the pick 4, I like 3, 5, 6, and I chopped off the 6, and I was like, that's why I included him in my pick 3, which also blew up. It's been one of those days, but he's my third choice. He gets Axel Concepcion up, but the better jockeys are on the 3 and the 5, Joel Rosario, and Irad Ortiz on the 3. 5 minutes to post. But who else is there in this race as we slip down? Now I'm going to go to the I'm looking at the sheet numbers for this to see if there's any hidden gems in here. If there is a sneaky one who can get it done in here, if you're looking for long shots and he's not scratched, to number 1, 47-1. Here's your show horse, folks. He does have a race at Keeneland in April of last year that is fast enough to get this done. And he has a race on at Turfway Park, also fast enough to get it done. He's a 5-year-old from Kelsey Danner. No relations to Kelsey Grammer. Okay, well, one a little interesting, but no, I'm not going to go there. The others have been faster recently, but one is interesting. The three is no lock. I'll tell you that right now. Now, if you talk about the lower the number, the faster the race, let's talk about this for a second. And I want you to take a good look at this. We're going to go back to the thoroughgraph for the last time today. And so you know that I'm not seeing things, okay? And I'm going to show you the favorite. Now, in thoroughgraph, you've heard me say it, but somebody might not be here that's here for the first time, and so you're going to hear me say it now. Okay, lower the number, the faster the race. And I'm going to bring this up big. Here's without Graham Motion, okay? Now, you look at the numbers. These last races are 10, 8, 9, 9, 13. The dash in front of the 10 means it's a turf race. So this is the 3. Lower the number, the faster the race. Okay? Now I'm going to bring you over to number 5. Number 5, 7 Wonders. Now remember, the best race the 3 had is a 8. Other than that, he's 9. His last race was a 10. Now look at 7 Wonders, Peter Urton's horse. Now look at his turf numbers. Lower the number, the faster the race. 6, 5, 4, 5, 7, 7 on the turf. He's simply faster. At least he has been. The only thing is he's been laid off a while. But every single turf race he has is fast enough to beat the 3. Come on. All right, how many minutes to post? 2 minutes. Now, let me get, I got to catch up on comments here. Is this real? Hey, Eddie Sanchez. Yeah. How's it going? Good. Irad is 0 for 9 in the Derby. Hey, Addie, great picture there. Is this real? Yeah, it's real. I had somebody in a horse race one time. I was getting upset, you know, when I first started playing the races, and I was yelling. I was like, there was a big upset on the track. Something happened at the last second, and the guy sitting in front of me turns around with a big smile on his face. He goes, "Do you think any of this is real?" Good luck today. Thanks for joining us, Addie. Good luck if you're playing this race. Let's see. Webb. Hey, Webb spin. We Bespinoza. Good luck. 5, 8, or 9. Okay, good luck. Thanks for joining us. Race is non-winners of 2, Al. And Curtis. He's going 3, 5, 6, 7. 10. You should get this, Curtis. You should turn around and start going on Amazon and buying things right now. The only thing that could hurt you is the 5 or the 6 winning this race. Or no, I think you're good. If the 5, 6 finish 1, 2, which is not impossible. But let me just show you one more thing. Do we have time to talk about it? Yeah, let's go down. So you get the idea. The 5 is putting up these unbelievable turf numbers: 4, 5, 7. Oh, the 3 has never come anywhere close to this, but here's where it gets real interesting when we go down to the 6. 6 is running faster, including a 9 and an 8 at Churchill late last year and an 8 at Keeneland now. So in his last 4 races, basically, the 8 has been faster than the 3, and he's a specialist at this distance. The only thing I'm concerned with, he's only won 1 race. He's always around. He tends to run wide. But they have Axel Concepcion riding him, but he's ridden him before. How much time we have? Okay, and I just want to double check that Axel has indeed ridden him before. So I want to go to the pace figures for one last time. Irada takes over for Johnny V. 7 Wonders, Joel Rosario takes over for Rafael Berrano. Okay, so this is the best jockey 7 Wonders has had. Axel Concepcion has ridden Fort Thomas the last 2 times. It all goes through 3, 5, 6. And let's go. They're circling around. Is there anybody else? How about Treaty of Rome? The speed of this race is going to be Treaty of Rome. He's going to go out there running. All right. And also Curlin's Gesture. It's another one. But those 2 might knock each other out. And Curlin's Gesture, he's run here before. Let me just go back to him for a second. I don't want to miss the start of the race. I've missed the very break the last few times. Let me go to Curlin's Gesture. I'll tell you what. This horse is fast enough to win, too. He has 2 races at Churchill Downs last June that can get it done at 42 to 1. You want a show horse? There he is, 9. He's going to be out there running. He's David Jacobson, Curlin. So look, it's too late now. I got my pick in, but I wouldn't go crazy. But 9, are any of you using 9 this race? Let's look. What about the 10? Telescopic. He came back at Gulfstream and ran an 8 last time. Luis Saez for Victoria Oliver. Those 2 together, Saez and Oliver, 13% out of the last 100 races, and Luis Saez. This is a tough race, okay? It's going to come down to the outside post positions. Carlos, number 3. Good luck, Carlos. You got this, man. Do it. 3, 5, 8, or 9. I think you got a shot. All of this is going to be a barn burner of a race. Good luck, B.W. Bespinoza. And James White has had big winners here on the show in the past. Try 8 with 2, 3, 5, 6. James, you might hit the jackpot on this one. All of these are live. They were in the game. You can believe I almost missed the start of that race again? Good luck, James. Okay, let's watch this.
For the race.
All right, all right, all right. Two leading the way, telescopic. Treaty of Rome there. Where are my horses? Here comes 5. He's at 6-1. Watch this. Okay. Watch 5 go like a banshee. Boom. Tremendous numbers. He's at 6-1, believe it or not. Where's the 6? We knew the 6 was going to be tracking last. No need to panic about the 6. He'll be around. Opening fractions, kind of quick actually, 22.69 and then 46.96. Well, it's going to be an interesting race. I'm watching for that 9. He's a long one that looks like he has a shot. Here comes the 8, Treaty of Rome. No real concerns yet. 3 is starting to make his move. They're heading into the turn for home. 5 bounces outside. Who is that coming up? The 2. Here comes 8. Treaty of Rome. 8-10-2. Holy cow! I want to see if anybody had this here. 5 was around. I think he got gas. I know somebody. The Puma. Yeah, watch out for that one, Jorge. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. Diane, thanks for the heads up here. 8-10-2-6. No 3. Now remember, we're going to have a show out here all day covering every single race of the Kentucky Derby Day next Saturday. So you don't want to miss that. Let your friends know about it. And Jorge, the Puma, absolutely. Hi, 1 DJ. Win Churchill Downs. Next Saturday is going to be the big day. Jorge Ortega Pizarro, the Churchill. Welcome aboard, everyone. DJ and Jorge, Carlos. Thanks for joining us. All you and everybody here. I just want to see James White. He did have the 6. He did have the 8. Tell you what, James, you're all over this. It's that damn 10, right? Wait a second. Yeah, 10. Curtis, 3. What was 3? What the heck happened to the 3? 5, 8, or 9. I want to see. Yep. Hey, great job. You got the 8 home there. Espinoza. And great job. Great job. Well, that's a wrap. I want to thank everyone for joining us. And we'll be back. We might be back for Friday, Kentucky Oaks Day. I'll let you know, but definitely Kentucky Derby Day. We're going to be here doing this all over again here at Churchill Downs for the big kahuna, right? Show. Hey, D'Angelo, great picture there. Wow, beautiful picture. The colors. Thanks for joining us. Say hello. We're going to be here next Saturday. And Gregory, thanks for joining us. Gregory weighing in, giving us some info there, sharing your horse racing knowledge with us. Angel Douglas, number 3. Angel, thanks for popping in. Everyone, Diane Gelita, thanks for joining us again. And Gregory TG with pick 3. Tyler had 3 wins today. Wow, long legs. Big day for him. Your man, right? Lucky. Well, you were on that one with that back and forth. Thank you. You got it. And thanks for joining us, everybody. Have a good Saturday night. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. And remember, may the horse be with you.